Good morning. Welcome to Cradle-to-Career's Governing Board meeting. My name is Robert Tagorda. I serve as the chair of the Governing Board, which is meeting in person today at the Foundation for California Community Colleges in Sacramento. Thank you to the members of the public who have joined us both here in person as well as virtually. Next slide, please. I wanted to make a quick note about interpretation services. Today, we have ASL interpreters with us and helping us interpret the meeting. Please note that the interpreter will be pinned to the screen so it is visible for all members of the public during the meeting. Also, a reminder for all members speaking today, we ask that when you introduce yourselves and say your job title or affiliation, please say your name slowly and then pause briefly before proceeding with your comments. So I'll model. Robert Tagorda, Cradle-to-Career Chair. Thank you very much to Daniel and Paula who will be interpreting for us today. Next slide, please. We will also be offering translation services in Spanish. To listen to comments given in Spanish, please select the globe icon at the bottom of the screen, which says interpretation. Then select language interpretation audio and your language, such as Spanish. You will then hear a live rendering of the comments in Spanish. Next slide, please. I want to thank Jeanette and Marco for their help today, and I'll now pause for a moment to allow them to translate.
Thank you. We'll provide the same instructions for our Spanish-speaking audience. Muy buenos días a todos que nos acompañan para el día de hoy. Queremos dejarles saber que tenemos servicios de interpretación disponible al vivo. Para escuchar el programa en español, por favor, seleccione el icono de un globo en la parte inferior de tu pantalla que dice Interpretation o Interpretación, y luego seleccione su idioma Spanish o Español. De ahí podrá escuchar el programa enteramente en su idioma. Muchísimas gracias y que disfrute el programa. Thank you, Chair Tagorda. Back to you.
With the logistics out of the way, I wanted to take a look at what's in front of us today. So in total, there are 22 items on today's agenda. Our agenda, which is posted on the C2C website, specifically notes the agenda items that we'll be accepting public comment on. Today, members will be voting on 4 agenda items, and there will be 6 opportunities for the public to engage with the governing board. We intend to open it up for general public comment at 2 points in today's meeting, once this morning, and again at the end of the meeting as agendized. If you're a member of the public with us here in Sacramento and would like to make a comment, I request that you complete a speaker slip so I can call you by name at the appropriate time and that the record of this meeting can be full and complete. However, speaker slips are voluntary. Please give the speaker slips to Shannon Serrato. Shannon, can you identify yourself briefly? Good. I'll do my best to call upon everyone who has supplied a slip for the agenda item and recognize those who wish to make a last-minute comment as well. In addition, we may have members of the public who are joining us via Zoom. Please raise your hand to signal that you would like to make a comment. We will first take comments here in Sacramento, and then we will open up to comments via Zoom. Although we traditionally allot 2 minutes per public comment, if we have 10 or more people who would like to comment on an agenda item, we will reduce speaking time to 1 minute to accommodate all the speakers. We have a very full agenda today and plan to end today's meeting in the late afternoon. We anticipate breaking for a 45-minute lunch around 12:15 p.m. And we hope to have a 10-minute break in the afternoon around 2:30 p.m. Before I call this meeting to order, I have a few reminders and updates. First, I ask that all members of the governing board and the public please silence their phones. We also ask that those in the room be as quiet as possible for accessibility purposes, since background noise can interfere with the interpretation services. Additionally, you may notice board members accessing their laptops, phones, or other devices during the meeting. They are using their devices to access board meeting materials that are in an electronic format. I also ask that when members of the governing board offer a comment, they say their name before speaking. The camera angles can be tricky in this room, and we'd like this meeting to be as transparent as possible for those who are joining us virtually. I appreciate your assistance with this today. And lastly, today's meeting will be run according to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act as required by law. Okay, so now some brief yet heartfelt acknowledgements. We have a pair of governing board members who have announced their departures from our body, and I'd like to take a moment to recognize their service to our state. The next slide, please. First, I'd like to publicly thank governing board member Lande Ajose for her time, dedication, and service to the governing board. Lande, it was a pleasure having you serve with us, and on behalf of the board, I'd like to thank you for your knowledge and expertise, which you shared with us and our state. We wish you all the best in your future endeavors, and you will be missed on the board. Next slide, please. Also, a debt of gratitude to governing board member Sean Elo Rivera. Sean, we thank you for your service, participation, and membership to the governing board. We appreciate your hard work and dedication, and we'll miss the perspective you've shared with us. So on behalf of the governing board, we wish you all the very best. I think it'd be appropriate for us right now just to take a moment to applaud and appreciate our two departing governing board members, Governing Board Ajose and Governing Board Member Elo Rivera. So please. Okay, so now I'd like to call the meeting to order at 9:45 a.m. and ask that Mary Kay Cruz Jones, please call the roll.
Member Tagorda.
Present.
Member Payne.
Here.
Member Avina.
Here.
Member Cifuentes.
Here.
Member Cochran.
Here.
Member DeGear. Member Evans.
Here.
Member Fong.
Here.
Member Fajueli.
Here.
Member Hetz. Alternate Mar for Member Irwin.
Here.
Member Jess.
Here.
Alternate Stivers for Member Laird.
Here.
Member Lee.
Here.
Member Moldoff.
Here.
Member Ohanian. Member Romero. Member Vu.
Here.
Member Winkler.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Okay, with a quorum present, we'd like to open up our first general public comment period. At this time, we will open it up to members of the public for general public comment. How many slips do we have? Speaker slips.
We have not received any.
Okay. Is there anyone in the room here in Sacramento who'd like to comment?
Seeing no one.
Okay, so seeing no one, we will proceed. Let's move on to Zoom. Any members of the public would like to comment via Zoom?
If you'd like to make a public comment, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands at this time, but we'll leave it open for another moment. You can raise your hand. The button's located in the lower portion of your screen. Seeing no change, we can close public comment as no one has their hands raised.
Okay, closing public comment, we now move on to agenda item 2, approval of meeting minutes from the August 9th, 2023 governing board meeting. Are there any additions or corrections to the August 9th, 2023 meeting minutes from members? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve the August meeting minutes as submitted?
I'll move.
Okay.
Second.
Before we vote, let's pause for public comment.
There's no speaker slips. We haven't received any speaker slips. We can open it up to Zoom to see if anybody has any comments online. So if you're a member of the public that would like to comment on this agenda item, please raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands raised. I'll give it another moment. And we can close public comment.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mary Kay Cruz Jones, please do a roll call vote for us.
Member Tagorda,
Yes.
Member Payne,
Aye.
Member Avina,
Yes.
Member Cifuentes,
Aye.
Member Cochran,
Yes.
Member DeGear, Member Evans,
Yes.
Member Fong,
Yes.
Member Fagioli,
Yes.
Member Hetz,
Yes.
alternate Mar for Member Irwin,
Yes.
Member Jazz,
Yes.
alternate Stivers for Member Laird,
Abstain.
Member Lee,
Yes.
Member Moldoff,
Yes.
Member Ohanian, Member Romero, Member Vu,
Yes.
Member Winkler.
Yes.
The motion passes with 15 ayes and 1 abstention.
Thank you. Let's move on to agenda item number 3. For an update on the Cradle-to-Career office, I'd like to invite our Executive Director, Mary Ann Bates, to provide this update. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Chair Tagorda. This is Mary Ann Bates. I am thrilled to start my update this morning by announcing that as of yesterday, Cradle-to-Career's data partners successfully made the first ever data submissions to Cradle-to-Career. Very excited about that. We received more than 1 billion data points from our data partners. This is data that's already been collected and validated at the state level, but that's historically been siloed in different departments. And we're now going to do the work of integrating that data and excited about what it will enable and the understanding and information that will be available to Californians across the state. So answering questions like, where do young people in my town or in my county go after high school? And are they getting the preparation they need to land and keep living wage jobs? And what do those trajectories look like when we break them down by geography or by race? So we're just thrilled and very excited about this milestone and the opportunity to celebrate that with you here today. Just this morning, the governor's office released an announcement of this major milestone of our shared work. The governor said, through insights and innovation only made possible by the system, the Golden State is leading the nation in equitably connecting our education system to the workforce to ensure every Californian has the freedom to succeed. So we're excited that this announcement is live already. We will also be releasing a press release from Cradle-to-Career today. And I'm thrilled that our state leaders, including our leaders in the legislature, are celebrating this work. So please amplify these announcements with your networks. We will be posting about this throughout the day. And this is truly a milestone worth celebrating and builds on the many, many years of effort of those of you here in the room and so many of you who are listening in as members of the public. We received data from the 8 partners who were scheduled to share data with us this fall. So many thanks to the community colleges, to the Department of Education, CSU, the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, University of California, the Student Aid Commission, the Department of Social Services, and the Department of Healthcare Services. So they've provided data to us. Now we will have the task of beginning to integrate the data and linking it. The next step will be, once we've linked those data, will be to merge in the earnings data from the Employment Development Department. from their unemployment insurance data. And that's the key for addressing questions about living wages and employment. Slide. You've seen this progress board before at a couple of different meetings. I'm excited to see the progress that we've made together with a board that is now fully green. So as you remember, we started earlier this year with the first step of just identifying the technical points of contact, right? Who are the liaisons who will be working with our team to submit this data? Meetings, finalizing data definitions, mapping out exactly what will be transferred to us. The security policies task force, working with them until all of their questions were resolved for this first release. And I just want to confirm, because people have asked about this, the security policies task force is a standing task force. And that task force will continue to review our protocols, especially before any new releases. And then since we last met, we continue to review the security. Sorry, if you can go back a slide. Worked through the rest of the file acknowledgements, and then as of yesterday, worked on the transfer of data. So incredibly excited about this and all of the work that's behind this, this progress board and what that reflects. I want to take a moment to just deeply thank our data providers. And I'll start with a bit of a story here. So every month I go to department directors meetings that the Government Operations Agency hosts. So other entities under GovOps like CalHR, the Franchise Tax Board, Department of Technology, entities with government-wide functions. And the directors come together, we hear about agency priorities from our secretary, we hear about the governor's office's priorities. I aim to grab lunch with another director afterwards to build relationships. And when I was at this meeting last week, I just reflected on the fact that none of the Cradle-to-Career data partners are at that meeting, right? We're under GovOps, but our data providers are all in different locations. And that's by design. This was an important decision that was made during the planning process on where to place the Cradle-to-Career data system. But it has real implications for how collaboration and coordination works. So the GovOps secretary is not our data provider secretary. We have different agencies. Some of our data providers are constitutionally independent entities. So I work to keep Secretary Tong updated about all of your priorities as a board. And I know all of you as data provider board members have a large task of keeping your agencies, your department leadership informed about the Cradle-to-Career effort and timelines. And I just want to highlight that's not an easy task. It's not an easy task for those of you on the board who are data providers. It's not automatic. It cuts against kind of the easiest way to do things. So I just wanted to reflect on that. I think that's all the more reason to celebrate the collaboration that has gotten us to today. So much gratitude to our data providers. I wanted to highlight a couple of crucial roles. So of course we have a board member for each of our data providers. They have all defined an administrative point of contact, a technical point of contact per our legal agreements, who can serve as kind of nodes for communication with their teams. And then of course the security policy task force members. So just that collaboration and getting to the point of submitting all the data together in the same month took an enormous lift, and I'm tremendously grateful to all of our partners on this. So our data partners have done the very first heavy lift of submitting the first batch of data, and now our team will work hard to link the data and share it with the public in an understandable and transparent way. And we have many partners for that. So first and foremost, of course, our data providers who have the deepest and most nuanced understanding of their data. We're also shoring up bandwidth and expertise to complement our small and lean team. So a few recent examples, we have the Possibility Lab at UC Berkeley. They have a partnership with GovOps, working with the Office of Data and Innovation and others on a variety of projects. And they will be working with us, for example, on outreach for in-person regional user-centered design work, providing bandwidth and expertise on data and analytics. So we're grateful to start a partnership with them. We also have the Data Integration Support Center, DISC, at West Ed, who've been providing technical advice, including via Baron Rodriguez, who's provided continuity in the data security conversations from the planning process. We also have the Strategic Data Project at Harvard. Julie Liao and our team is a fellow through that program. So, and some of these entities have been able to provide pro bono support via philanthropic support that they receive. And I really believe our work will be stronger with the bandwidth and expertise that all of our partners, including these recent ones, will bring in. It's also an opportunity to ensure that Cradle-to-Career's approach has relevance both here in California and across the country. Next slide. Update on practical tools for students. So California Colleges.edu continues to reach new districts with more in the pipeline. They're currently partnering with 217 districts, which represent 57% of the 9th through 12th grade students in the state. And we're excited that at 11:30 today, we'll be hearing directly from Ben Cheetah from the governor's office and from Chancellor Christian about how the Career Education Executive Order fits with the e-transcript work that's already been in our work plan. So we're excited to welcome them later this morning. Wanted to highlight a few recent speaking opportunities that we've had to share more about the Cradle-to-Career data system. Just to highlight, this includes both national conferences and platforms and California-specific events. Many of you here on the board have invited us to speak to your staff or organization or to conferences that you're attending. So thank you for doing that. Angelique and Shannon are at the ready if you'd like to continue to do so. So we're excited to be able to get the word out about what we're doing here at Cradle-to-Career. We've also hosted a few public meetings recently. We had a community conversation event about 2 weeks ago. Those are the informal Zoom conversations that our team has with members of the public where they can ask us questions and engage with a lot of the same topics that we'll be talking about today. Our 2 advisory boards also met since you last convened as a board. So both the community engagement and the data and tools advisory boards met. You'll hear a report out from members of those boards today about those meetings. One of the main things that we're excited to hear more about today is that they've started the process of formulating and prioritizing ideas for recommendations that could be brought to you after they go through a feasibility study in our office. So today's a report out of what they discussed and which projects, which potential recommendations advanced to the feasibility study. And we don't need to weigh and discuss those today, but once they decide what to formally advance to you, that will be a topic for future discussion as well. Coming soon, roadshows. So I realize the text is too small, but what we want you to experience in looking at this picture is that we've been on a journey that started with the 18-month planning process that's moving towards having public dashboards and tools that the public can work with. And what we're going to be working on this winter is having in-person roadshows. So in-person events in different regions of the state to hear from people about what their priorities and what they would like to see. And there was a really nice moment in the community conversation we had a couple weeks ago where members of the public in the chat were interacting with each other and planning on how they could coordinate with each other to host us for some of these in-person events. And it's just really encouraging to see the community of people who continue to follow our work come together and engage with us in that. And I just want to give a shout out to the public who are listening in today as well. It's such an honor that you continue to take from your scarce and precious time to follow the work that we're doing, that you're watching what you're doing, holding us accountable and ensuring that we're building what this data system is promised to be. So many thanks for that. Update on hiring. Our team continues to grow. So since we last met, we have a number of new team members that I'd just like to highlight. We have Angelique Palomar, our Deputy Director of Communications. We have Diana Yang, our Administration Manager. We have Eric Flores, our Deputy Director of Legislative Affairs. We have Julie Liao, our Strategic Data Project Fellow. We have Mark Paxson, Deputy General Counsel as a retired annuitant. And we're also soon bringing Patrick Perry on board as a Data Strategy Advisor, also as a retired annuitant. We have a number of active recruitments. So if you're listening in, a member of the public, please go to the jobs page on our website. And I'm incredibly grateful to all of you on the board who continue to repost and amplify our job postings and to get the word out to your network. It's incredibly important that you, as trusted members who can vouch for us, encourage individuals to apply. With these recruitments, we're rounding out our team, including the new positions that were approved in the latest budget. So we're very excited about the continued growth of the team. I also want to remind you, you have a resource in your onboard platform called Meet the Office. So if you're curious to learn more about our staff and the expertise that we're very lucky that they bring to the team, you can. All right, I'll just close by saying that this is an incredibly exciting moment. It's an exciting moment for everyone here in this room. Collaboration made this first data ingestion possible. And thinking about the broader moment that we're in, that kind of collaboration and working across silos is really what the Career Education Executive Order calls for. So I'm really excited about that conversation later today, and I'm happy to turn it back over to Chair Tagorda.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Questions, comments from governing board members? Well, we'll have further opportunities for dialogue, but I want to take this moment to amplify the debt of gratitude that we have for our data providers who've contributed to this major milestone that we've reached. Over 1 billion data points, and then including the expansion of our district partnerships, over 200 district partnerships, serving over half of our 6th through 12th graders in California. These are enormous undertakings for us and a crucial point in our initiative. So let's continue to build on the momentum of this great work as we continue to proceed forward. All right, we'll now move on to agenda item number 4, an update on Cradle-to-Career's data infrastructure. Let me invite Dan Lamery, our Director of Data Infrastructure, to provide this update today.
Good morning, members. My name is Dan Lamery, and I serve as the Director of Data Infrastructure for the Office of Cradle-to-Career Data. And I would like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. So I'd like to give a few updates on where we are, where we've come, where we're headed, and shed some light on the Herculean task that was successfully meeting our Release 1 milestone. Next slide. Oh, that slide, yes. So it's no surprise that we had an incredibly aggressive timeline for our Release 1.0, the milestone date of September 29th. Which means we had a short window to hit this milestone with the collaborative effort of the C2C office, Deloitte, our strike teams, data providers, oversight, IVNV, and contractors. On the face of it, it sounds like a relatively easy task, create files, upload files, ingest files. You know, how hard could it be, right? Each of these easy lifts has to be scaffolded with the necessary planning, designing, developing, deploying, debugging, securing, documenting, and then finally testing. Multiply this work by our 4 environments, and the amount of work necessary to achieve this milestone quickly compounds. To even create files, the data providers worked with our internal C2C infrastructure and program teams to construct file specification documents. We've mentioned these documents before in previous governing board meetings, but the importance of these documents cannot be overstated. These documents are used to capture the data elements of the participation agreement mapped to the data as it exists in the originating data provider systems. Often, there isn't a one-to-one mapping between the participation agreement elements and the data provider element. This complicates the work of creating a unified P20W dataset. This process with each of the data providers took months of work, and updates to documents had occurred up until recently. Then to upload the files, we needed to build a secure method for transmission and storage of the files. To do that, we leveraged cloud architecture that also provided for data protections in transit, at rest, and in use. But once the files hit the designated server, a number of sequence processes kick off, things like scan for malware, validate the file headers, validate all the necessary files were uploaded, validate that the done file for a completed submission was uploaded, and then collect and store metadata around the submission itself. So file size, submission time, submission ID, etc. Now comes the part where we actually ingest the files and pull them into the data warehouse. The file specification documents have been translated from static documents to scripts to create necessary objects in the data warehouse. Each of these file specification documents can require multiple domains or files, each of which has to be created in the data warehouse along with the tables for referential integrity. So that is to say, each column has to have a coded element, like gender must have a related column, or excuse me, table and column. Additionally, each element has to be categorized and tagged so that the roles that govern access, masking policies, encryption are applied appropriately. So I mentioned that each of these high-level features must be scaffolded. And by that, I mean, we have multiple environments. We have code promotion, we have CI/CD pipeline and deployments, we have our Git code repository, and then of course, security and privacy. We have 4 tiered environments, starting with dev, then test, then stage, and then finally prod. Code is developed at the lowest level in development and then promoted to the next highest environment when all the necessary gates have been passed or completed. And these environments are necessary for code promotion. So code is deployed in development environment and then proceeds to the test environment where it's reviewed and tested, and then so on from test to stage and stage to production. At each step, there is a review and testing process that ensures the quality of the code. However, to deploy the promoted code, we also have to set up our continuous integration and continuous delivery pipelines. These pipelines allow us to promote our code automatically from one environment to the next without any manual intervention. This helps keeps our environments in sync with each other and as new development is integrated. However, to establish our CI/CD pipelines, we also needed a Git-based source code repository. Our code repository is integrated with our CI/CD pipelines and allows us to do deployments, review, versioning in a way that is transparent and easy to manage as it is integrated with our project management tooling. And finally, security and privacy. To ensure that no shortcuts were taken for this incredibly tight schedule, we provided the Security Policies Task Force all the necessary security artifacts for review. So the task force membership is made up of information security officers from each of the data providers and meets once every other week. Some of these documents included the privacy threshold assessment and privacy impact assessment, the system security plan, which includes the NIST 853 revision 5 control families, and the IVNV findings analysis report. These documents constitute hundreds of pages of content. So thank you, Security Task Force, for patience and diligence with that. And then let's, next slide, please. Yeah. And because we had such a great or aggressive timeline, we made the decision to produce multiple vendors to deliver our milestones. More vendors requires more contract management, resource management, capacity planning, sprint management, and so on. To achieve this, a great deal of upfront work was needed to support this effort in our project management application. Some of these activities include sprint ceremonies, approval cycles, requirements refinement, user story creation, product backlog refinement, and sprint construction of itself. In the end, we were able to coalesce all the teams into a cohesive development team and deliver release 1.0. And so where does that leave us today? We can create files, upload files, and ingest files. And as Marianne had mentioned, all 8 of our data providers have successfully submitted the required files to our SFTP server. In our next release for data validation, It's a minor release, so it's release 1.1, which focuses on post-release stabilization, optimization, and automated data validation. So we use a major and minor release pattern whereby major releases add major functionality to the system, increasing the security boundary or the use of data. A minor release does not increase the security boundary, but may add functionality to existing systems. The focus of release 1.1 is to automate the validation checks made on ingested data and the resulting responses to data providers. So this includes things like primary keys, foreign keys, check table constraints, and so on. This validation ensures the data conform to the file specification documents, but also to ensure accuracy of the data to feed our master data management application for identity resolution. And this is our next major milestone. To get where we are today, it's taken the involvement of hundreds of stakeholders and years of planning and discussion. So with that said, I'd like to take the remaining minute to express my gratitude for Muni Chitney, our principal data architect and deputy project director, Mike Araki, our chief information security officer, Michael Rulis, our project manager, Rami J. Zrykat, our security consultant, and of course, all of our partners, including Deloitte, Slalom, Infinite Solutions, CDT Oversight, and each of our data providers. And with that, I will turn it back over to the chair.
Thank you, Dan. I'd like to open it up for questions or comments from members of the board.
I just want to say congratulations to the team, and it's been great working with all of you. You guys have an incredibly professional, capable team, and I enjoy following in your footsteps with the work that we're doing, and you guys are just incredible. So great job.
Thank you.
John Hetz, California Community Colleges. I want to second that and apologize earlier for after the summary. I feel like we didn't adequately express excitement as a board for where we've got. So I'm going to take the opportunity to use here because this is really a milestone for our state in really important and powerful way. So congratulations to the whole team. As one of the data providers, we felt very supported as we've worked through some of the challenges on our end. It's been fantastic. I do have one substantive question. And so it may not be for this particular meeting, but I would love to hear more about the plans that you referenced at the end about identity resolution.
So identity resolution would, is the question about the timeline?
The timeline and the plan for it, because it's a very complicated issue that the California Community Colleges has struggled with historically.
Understood. So the timeline for that is that we are building the infrastructure right now in Tamer. That's our master data management solution. And identity resolution would happen in there. Before the data gets to the master data management, it has to be approved by and reviewed by the Security Policies Task Force. So all the infrastructure, because this would be the next major release. Inside there, Tamer uses predictive modeling to be able to take all the data in, and then we can do identity resolution. So we throw all the identifiers that are identified in the participation agreement and would produce a unique identifier, which then we can use to join all the linked data together.
Other members of the board, Meredith.
Meredith Lee, governing board member. Just wanted to echo that, and in particular, the security task force meeting every other week. Appreciate that and being proactive from the get-go. I think with member John Hetz as well, like the silence of the last big announcement with the milestone. Some of us were reading the press release and like drafting our LinkedIn and amplifying, but that is just huge. So congratulations to Marianne and the whole team that was involved in that. It's great to see that we're following through with the exciting potential and actually moving the bits and the bytes.
We have time for a few more. If there are any comments or questions from governing board members. Go ahead, Chair.
Chair Winkler, California Department of Education.
I would stress again what Meredith and John said, just about how important this work is and how you stressed how much work it is to get through some of these pieces, but I can't stress the importance, the sensitivity of the privacy and how we get these data and information transferred from each of the providers to the Cradle-to-Career organizations. You guys have done an incredible job of putting that together. We will hope that will continue. We've enjoyed working with you. We've felt supported as well. And just, I think maybe it was just shock that we're so quiet. But again, just the amount of work that's gone into it has been tremendous. And you guys have done a great job. The providers have worked, put a lot of effort into trying to get that data accurately and securely transferred. So we appreciate both sides of that equation. So thank you.
So if I could, yeah, so shock into silence is usually a bad thing, but I think in this instance, it was an amazing thing. I was just reflecting on sort of some of the history of trying to get good information in California in the earliest days of things like CalPads and trying to sort of once and for all sort of know what's happening with students along their trajectory and along their journey. And frankly, got a little bit verklempt in this sort of notion of that we're actually getting to a place where we're finally connecting all these pieces together. And it was a twinkle in a number of legislators' eyes and in a number of policymakers' eyes over 20 years ago to try to do something like this. And it's just really heartwarming to see it come to pass.
Time for maybe one more question and comment from the group.
Well, I would just like, Amy Fong, board member, I would just like to echo John and Meredith and Jerry and Gavin, everyone's comments as to the great success that this has been on a technology level as well as the collaboration level. For our organization, you know, we brought in, I think, this whole notion of electronic reporting, because prior to that, you know, 20 years ago, it was all on paper. And there was this whole, it was very difficult to ask people to submit the data about students. And here we are today, where we're not just looking at individual students, but really looking at their overall trajectory and trying to make sense of what's going to really help them and help others. So I'm just really, it's quite a moment, and I apologize for all of us being in shock about it. Not that we can't do even greater and bigger things from here, but congratulations to the office and to the partners.
Fantastic. I'd like to echo all of the congratulations to the whole team. Dan, thanks for this wonderful presentation, which really helps us appreciate the sheer complexity of this project. And obviously, this is just the first step of many, many more steps along the way. But I think it emphasizes at the level of detail that we have to operate in order to enact a very grand vision, right? It's small steps toward a much larger mission. So I want to applaud the entire organization, obviously the C2C team and all of those that Dan recognized, as well as all of our data providers and everyone who's contributed along the way to this work. It's helped us get to this point and providing us with a platform to get to the next level. Okay.
Clap again.
Yeah. Let's do it. To applaud and clap. Now let's move on to the next agenda item, number 12. Presentation on the fiscal year 2022-23 budget. Leslie Taylor, Director of Operations, will be sharing this presentation with us today.
Thank you, Chair Taborda. Good morning, members. I'm Leslie Taylor, Director of Operations for the office. I'd like to refer members to the staff report that was prepared for this item. If you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website or here in the room. In this item, I'll first provide a high-level overview of the state's investments in Cradle-to-Career efforts, including those beyond the office. Then I'll provide an overview of the resources the office had available in fiscal year 22-23, and I'll share how the office allocated those resources. The state's investment in Cradle-to-Career has always been bigger than the office or the project to build the data system itself. Starting with the planning process, Senate Bill 75, as part of the 2019 budget package, provided approximately $2.5 million to the Governor's Office of Planning and Research to contract with planning process facilitators, lead work groups, and perform other administrative duties. 15 entities participating in the planning process received $100,000 each for their efforts. These were, bear with me while I read the list, the California Community Colleges, CSU and UC, the California Department of Education and State Board of Education, California School Information Services, the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, and the California Student Aid Commission, the Labor and Workforce Development Agency and Employment Development Department, the California Health and Human Services Agency and Department of Social Services, the California Department of Technology, the Bureau for Private Post-Secondary Education, and the Association of Independent Colleges and Universities. The investment in an inclusive 18-month planning process was made to ensure that C2C would be built on a consensus of priorities from data providers and end users of the data. The state continues to invest in the build and operation of the data system and the scaling of practical tools, funding the office, as well as in the collaboration with and efforts of C2C's partners. For the office, as a program of the Government Operations Agency, our ongoing budget is $15.26 million, including 26 positions. Of that, the office paid approximately $259,000 to the California Department of Technology in the last fiscal year for oversight and technical assistance with expenses ongoing. The office also entered into an interagency agreement to provide the Employment Development Department approximately $97,000 over 3 years to comply with federal requirements related to data matching services. For the higher education segments, the California Community Colleges received $150,000 ongoing funding, including 2 positions, in addition to funding provided in the California Community Colleges Roadmap beginning July 1st, 2022. The University of California and the CSU each received $150,000 ongoing funding, in addition to funding provided by the UC and CSU compacts beginning July 1, 2022. California Department of Education received $1.7 million ongoing funding, including 9 positions beginning July 1, 2022, to fund CDE's role in the data system. The California College Guidance Initiative received $18.6 million Proposition 98 General Fund ongoing for the operation and scaling of californiacolleges.edu and associated services. This funding is allocated via the California Department of Education with Riverside County Office of Education and the nonprofit Foundation for California Community Colleges acting as intermediaries. The California Student Aid Commission received $150,000 ongoing funding, and the Commission on Teacher Credentialing received $453,000 ongoing funding for C2C work, among other data analysis and reporting functions. The Employment Development Department received $150,000 ongoing funding. And as I mentioned just a moment ago, EDD is also receiving approximately $97,000 over 3 years from C2C to comply with federal requirements related to data matching services. So what this looks like in sum is more than $36 million ongoing funding that directly supports the objectives outlined in the Cradle-to-Career Data System Act, bolstered by millions more that increase the capacity of partner entities as part of larger funding packages. What I notice in looking at this overall picture is how these initial and ongoing investments reflect the nature of our work that we've been talking about today, the collaboration that it requires. The office, the data system itself, the data programs are just part of the picture. It's together, working together, that we're all stronger and better resourced and best positioned to deliver on C2C's statutory charge. Moving on now to some of the detail on the budget of the office. This section is specific to the fiscal year that recently ended, fiscal year 22-23. So that's the time period July 1, 2022 through June 30th, 2023. The office's budget appropriation or total expenditure authority for fiscal year 22-23 was 23.56 million. This came in two parts or two funding references. Reference 001 was C2C's ongoing funding, 10.26 million. And reference 011 was 13.3 million in startup funding that was reappropriated from fiscal year 21-22 through the budget request process, through budget change proposal. Following the establishment of the office in statute in July 2021, startup funding took a little longer than expected. Two major milestones were the seating of this board in November 2021 and the hiring of the executive director in February 2022, upon which only 5 months were remaining in that fiscal year. The reappropriation of unexpended startup funding from fiscal year 21-22 extended that encumbrance deadline for the startup funding from June 30th, 2022 to June 30th, 2023. In simpler terms, it made that 13.3 million that's left over available for an additional year, giving the office time to complete important procurements. So of the 23.56 million available, the office's budgetary expenditures, including encumbrances, so our commitments on open purchase orders or contracts, totaled nearly 21 million, or approximately 89% of the total expenditure authority. At the reference level, the right column of this table shows the office expended 99% of the startup funding and 71% of the ongoing funding. This table provides insights into where the office allocated resources. Starting from the top, more than 16.5 million was expended for consulting and professional services. Not only are large IT services contracts related to the data system build itself, but to all of our contracts with external vendors, as well as interagency agreements with state partners. Moving down the table, our total personal services cost, that's the cost of the office staff, was approximately 1.9 million. We set 1.7 million aside in an architecture revolving fund for our planned move to new office space. That's what you see as capital asset purchases. And we spent 260,000 on operation of our existing office space. All other operating expenditures totaled approximately 557,000. So this final table highlights a few of the larger budgetary expenditures aligned to C2C's programmatic areas, whereas the table we saw on the last slide is aligned to state budget and accounting practices. So the build of the data system itself, as you would expect in the area of data infrastructure, accounted for nearly 14.8 million of our budgetary expenditures, about 70%. Our efforts in data programs with a focus on engagement, including the student experience audit services, user-centered design, and analytics and design for plan dashboards, query builders, totaled more than 1 million. We committed 124,000 to the wonderful interpretation and translation services that we're enjoying today, and 198,000 to the redesign of the C2C website in the engagement vertical. And we committed 586,000 to supports for board governance, system strategy, and legal resources. This concludes my presentation, and I would be glad to answer any questions the board might have.
Thank you, Leslie. Questions or comments from the board?
Tom Vu, AICCU. What are we looking forward to next year?
So C2C's ongoing budget is, as I highlighted, is 15.26 million. I think we are looking forward to growing our team, to working on our data programs. You'll receive a similar presentation to this next year. So in August and November, we'll have a regular cadence where we kind of review the budget and what to expect. But I think, continuing to make those down payments where we can on making sure that the data system can stay on track with new releases, being mindful of where we might see cost escalations, and tracking both according to kind of the state's practices categories for operating expenditures, and also having an eye on those C2C programmatic areas, our verticals. Where are we spending our money? Do we see any anomalies there? But really aligning our expenditures always to our values, to our 12-month work plan, using that as our guide. Thank you for that question.
Morning, Nathan Evans, California State University. Maybe building on that and first also recognizing the milestone we've just achieved as you sort of look across the organization. And knowing this is a bit of a loaded question, are there areas of where the budget is distributed that may, and I hate to use the word inadequate, but based on that experience of this first milestone, any other needs that you see emerging in this process in terms of resources or physical capacity that we have to deliver that as an organization?
Thank you for that question. We do have the budget change concept that this board approved in August. So that request included a funding and a position for a permanent chief information security officer role, which we don't presently have. Mike Araki is serving in a retired annuitant capacity, which is limited by definition. So that is part of our request. And the second part of the request was $600,000 one-time funding to conduct the planning process for the scale up of E-Transfer in California. So certainly in those areas, we anticipate that need, which is why we made the request. And I'm particularly mindful of the build itself and cost escalations we might see in IT. But kind of keeping an eye on that. We addressed that in the budget concept as well, seeking an alternate vehicle to have flexibility if we need it, to make sure that we can keep the bill on track.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments from the board?
I just rolled up from the California Student Aid Commission. I'm wondering regarding the cost of the data system and like the contractor services that are associated with that. To what extent do we see that cost maintaining itself, or at some point are we going to see a decrease once everything gets stood up, or is that going to be just the cost of it forever?
Thank you for that question. I would say certainly I expect the costs are front loaded a bit. You know, the choices that Dan had discussed to bring on the strike teams to really bolster this initial build to make sure we could meet our initial timeline is not expected as part of the steady state for the operation of the system. And the maneuver to encumber so much of that one-time funding in the prior fiscal year so that we would have it available to expend for 2 additional years was really strategic, so making that big down payment on the build of the system itself, and then using this year's ongoing resources to watch and see where do we need to bolster those services. Thank you.
Board member Ryan?
Just a question, I don't know the charter, but is E2C able to go for grants? Like, are there, when there's federal or state that might align with, I mean, we're at such a cutting edge, right? I mean, the work that you're doing, just curious.
Thank you for that question. We don't presently have a mechanism to receive funding directly, but that's something that we are exploring and aware of, including possibilities for partnerships that could enable that type of work.
Got time for maybe 1 or 2 more comments or questions from the board. Leslie, we appreciate the presentation. I want to uplift the, those series of slides showing the resources provided and capitalized upon by our data provider partners. I think it's a great way to piece together the milestone that we heard from the original update, the complexity of the data infrastructure that Dan talked about, and now also showcasing the way that we're investing in the ongoing build. That is obviously absolutely critical, particularly during this point in time in the trajectory of our organization, to ensure that we continue to resource appropriately. And it dovetails, I think, quite nicely to the next part of our agenda, which is talking about data provider contributions to the work that we're doing here at C2C. So I'm going to invite agenda item number 5. Next, presentation on California Student Aid Commission contributions to the Cradle-to-Career data system. As a reminder to members of the public, this presentation will be part of a series of ongoing presentations where we'll be asking data providers to present at our quarterly board meetings. So I'd like to have Board Member Moldoff to provide this presentation for us.
Good morning.
Yes, it is.
I am Jessica Moldoff. I am the Deputy Director of Data Analysis and Research for the California Student Aid Commission. So today I want to share what exactly we're providing as part of our role as a data provider. Next slide. Next slide. So just to give a timeline of a Cradle-to-Career partnership, we've been in it since the beginning, as I'm sure many data providers have been. So we were involved in the planning process that occurred in 2020 and 2021. As mentioned, we're receiving ongoing funding, though initially that funding did not include a position, but we were able to get a position authorized in the 22-23 budget. So that position has been filled in time for us to devote that person solely to getting all this data ready for Cradle-to-Career. We've also been, as part of that, we're meeting with Dan and Ryan, regular meetings starting in early 2023 in order to create the data specifications. Mary Ann was so nice as to provide a presentation to our commissioners, our board, in September 2023, so they could get some idea of what our contribution is to this important project. And then, of course, this past month, we had the data transfer. Oh, sorry, I'm not in control. Next slide, please. However, our involvement with Cradle-to-Career predates Cradle-to-Career. Since 2017, we've been doing data exchanges with the California College Guidance Initiative for californiacolleges.edu. We provide financial aid application status, so whether or not a student has completed or submitted or completed either a FAFSA or CADA, as well as their GPA submission status. In order to apply for our main Cal Grant program, a student needs to have an on-time financial aid application that is completed, and also a GPA submitted either from their high school or from their college, depending on which program they're applying for. This changed from a biweekly manual process to an on-demand automated process in 2022. Basically, I believe using an API in order to directly connect so that we can respond and automatically to the file uploads that CCGI provides us in order to receive the data back from us. Next slide. So what are we providing now? So we had those two elements to CCGI before, but now it's pretty much everything we have. So we are providing the eligible, awarded, and paid students since 2009-10 aid year. We're providing the institution that they were either awarded or paid at, how much they were paid for each award, their dependency status, so whether or not their financial aid application determined them to be a dependent or independent student, which is basically saying whether or not they need a parent to also provide financial information in order to determine their eligibility. With that, we're also providing the expected family contribution, which is the number that is generated from the financial aid application. Of course, starting in 24-25, this will be the student aid index instead. In case you didn't know, the FAFSA is going through a big change this year. And then we're also providing parent income or household income for independent students, as well as parent education level. So the education level of the highest parents, so we can identify at least self-reported first generation students. Also certain demographics such as date of birth, gender, etc. Next slide. And then where it gets complicated is the number of programs that we are reporting on. Like I said, Cal Grant is our main program, but it is made up of parts. So we have Cal Grant A, B, and C, which have different award amounts depending on if it's purely a tuition and fee award or if there's also an access component to it or books and supply award. We're also providing which students are receiving the add-on grants for students with dependent children, as well as foster youth. Those students are eligible for increased access amounts. Also the Middle Class Scholarship, which is our second biggest program, which is targeting more of those upper income students at UC and CSU, though it also, as the system will show, also serves a number of lower income students. Also this Chapey Foster Youth Program. This is the baseline stipend program for foster youth students. The Golden State Teacher Grant is a relatively new program for us that we have. Basically, it's a grant program that will potentially turn into a loan. It depends on if the student meets their service commitment. It's one of these that's encouraging teacher recruitment in low served areas. Also, the Learning Aligned Employment Program, which we like to refer to as LATE. This is basically the state work study program. Also, California Dream Act Service Incentive Grant. This program is because Dreamer students are not able to participate in work study, and they're also, many of them do not have work authorization following the dismantling of DACA. This is a grant that provides a stipend in exchange for community service activities. Next slide. And then we also have a number of smaller programs from the California Military Department. They have a GI Bill Award, Law Enforcement Personnel Dependents, JR Justice, Gear Up, Golden State Education Training Grant, Apple, Snapple. You can see them all here. Basically, all is to say that we are providing data for all the programs that we have had since 2009. Including those programs that are no longer existing, Apple and Snapple in particular, the assumption program for educators, a teacher loan assumption program, as well as the nursing faculty program. Those programs actually sunsetted a couple years ago, but because they're within the submission timeframe, we're providing data for them. Likewise, the Golden State Education Training Grant, I think it was only existed for a couple of years. It was part of the COVID funding. So that has been from our lineup. But yeah, so basically anything that we have individual level data for, we're providing to the system. Next slide. So with all that, we've been able to enhance our data capacity. As I said, we've been able to hire another research data specialist, specifically focus on creating data sets for the exchange. This has been great because we went from a team of 3 to a team of 4, which is a big improvement. And then we're also looking to hire our own Harvard Strategic Data Partnership Fellow, Project Fellow. I might acronym wrong there. So we anticipate this fellow to be starting in summer 2024. Their project will be focused on specifically how to use Cradle-to-Career and National Student Clearinghouse data in order to derive outcomes for our grant programs, even though we have a statutory requirement to report on student outcomes, including persistence and graduation. We have never had the access to this data. So it's something that we have not been able to report on. So we're hoping that by having this fellow, they can focus on how to leverage the data coming from Cradle-to-Career so that we can actually report on those outcomes on an ongoing basis, as well as further support the fact that it is a good thing to provide financial aid to students and it does improve outcomes. Of course, it seems like common sense, but it's always something that you need the data behind in order to get the buy on wild for everyone else. Next slide. However, there's always some challenges. Like I said, we had a number of small programs that are pretty much run through Excel programs. They exist in Excel files. So of course, the data availability for those programs is a little challenging, especially the further back we go. Even for our larger programs, we have a lot of challenge in data the further back we go for a variety of reasons. But this is certainly a process that's been illuminating our need for a more consistent data retention process ourselves. Also, I mentioned before that there is going to be a new FAFSA starting in 24-25, opening sometime this December, not sure exactly when yet. But most importantly is that the first starting in 23-24, the FAFSA does still ask the gender of the applicant. However, the federal student aid is no longer passing that information on to the states. So currently we are receiving gender data from the California Department of Education in order to supplement that missing data component. Also, starting in 24-25 with the new FAFSA, part of the simplification of the FAFSA is that they're receiving data directly from the IRS, doing their own administrative burden relief. However, the result of that is that they are then under the requirements of the IRS data privacy, which seems to have much stronger data privacy rules than we've ever encountered before, because it is going to limit our ability to report on income even in aggregate, which means that we'll no longer be able to report on the income bands of students receiving our aid. We will not be able to share this data with Cradle-to-Career. Because like I said, parent and household income was one of the data variables that we were providing. But starting in 24-25, unless an agreement is made between federal student aid and the IRS, that data will no longer be available for us in any capacity, except by the only way is to purely to evaluate whether or not a student is eligible for an aid program. But after that, we have no right to disclosure. And then, as I mentioned before, we're also hoping to leverage the Cradle-to-Career and National Student Clearinghouse data to evaluate grant recipient outcomes so that we can hopefully create the stronger case for further investments in financial aid for the state of California. And with that, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you so much. Questions or comments from members of the board?
Good morning, again, Nathan Evans, California State University, and you actually brought the question forward that I was curious about, and that is the guidance that the U.S. Department of Education has, I'll say, opaquely alluded to in terms of the use of IRS data now. And certainly, as you mentioned, institutionally, we share similar concerns about the inability to use that. I'm curious if there are beyond that data element itself, and this is where the opaqueness comes in, values that are even derived from that can be protected as well and not shareable. I'm curious in terms of the data shared with Cradle-to-Career, if there are other data elements that you perhaps are concerned about or you're exploring more, to your point, absent an agreement at the federal level.
No, those actually, what is derived is breaking. It's only the data that's directly transferred from the IRS. So for instance, like I said, we'll still be able to share the student aid index that's derived partially from the tax information, primarily from the tax information. So that is fine. It is just for our purposes, it's the income, but also the household size, which is also taken from the IRS. They're going to be using the exemptions reported on the tax forms in order to derive that, which is not currently a data element we share with Cradle-to-Career. So as I said, the only one is currently income, but we'll still be able to provide like the demographic information as far as we have it, minus gender, as I mentioned. And then we'll be able to provide the student aid index, so basically creating an approximate income property.
A question, Christopher Dwelly, University of California, Office of the President. Thank you for that presentation of very helpful information about all that CSAC is doing to support Cradle-to-Career. Ever since we started the Cradle-to-Career planning process, I've been wondering what would happen to the data we've been reporting to CSAC through the SB 70 reporting requirement. For those of you who don't know, the post-secondary segments are required to report enrollment, persistence, and graduation data to CSAC as part of this SB 70 reporting requirement since about 2015 or 16 or so. Given that much of the information we're reporting to Cradle-to-Career and the resulting information that will come out of that largely overlaps with what we report to CSAC, will that continue, or are there plans to make that duplicate reporting obsolete?
That's a good question. I don't know. It hasn't really come up yet. But I imagine the usual thing is that we'll have to get the statute changed. So duplicate behavior doesn't really matter to the statute, but I mean, I'm sure that's something that could be address, because I could certainly, I see your point, it would be duplicative, since we would be theoretically able to get that data through Cradle-to-Career instead. Granted, I mean, one could argue we can already receive that data through other sources. So the reporting is what it is, I guess. I don't know if I'm supposed to say that, but yeah, no, I think that's something that I can take back to our program team that works with that reporting requirement. But I imagine that we have to have the statute changed in order to remove that requirement.
Thank you.
Sujan Jez, California Competes. Building off of Chris's question and comment, I wonder how much reporting is happening right now that would be duplicated by or could be eased by the launch of the Cradle-to-Career data system. And I wonder if there's a role for the data providers and the Cradle System Office to identify what reporting is happening that could be eased like this. And then a sort of comprehensive ask to the state, whether it's statute or wherever that reporting requirement exists. But that would be a really important function of the work that's happening here. And related to that question, I don't know if CSAC or Marianne could talk a little bit to what are the opportunities for data providers to share data? Like, would this happen between the UC and the Cradle and CSAC, or would it be like directly, or would it be via C2C? So sort of where does C2C sit in this? Because I know we had sort of two sets of agreements, those between data providers and C2C and those between data providers directly.
I'm happy to start by responding, and please feel free to jump in. Marianne Bates, Executive Director. To your first question, we as an office would be happy to explore what you just mentioned with our data providers if they would like to. One big picture thing that one framework through which I've been viewing this is the difference between data that's brought together for analytical purposes that can improve understanding at a high level and data that's used for accountability purposes. And the Cradle-to-Career data system is envisioned squarely as the former. So I think the main thing would be to look for opportunities to make sure we don't step into an accountability place where it's not appropriate. But to the extent that any data providers would like to explore how our office can reduce administrative burden, both for the students of California and for the operations of the state in sharing data, we're happy to explore that at least. But just wanted to note the distinction that I think is important to keep in mind, especially given how we're integrating the data. And so we'd be happy to look into that and report back. That would be helpful. Your second question was about the different legal agreements. So yes, last May, there were two legal agreements that were signed by these parties. One was the participation agreement, which is what enabled the data transfer that just happened in the past month. That was the participation agreement. There's also the MDEA, the Master Data Exchange Agreement, which was envisioned, and Julia can speak to this more specifically, as a legal agreement that can be used by data providers to exchange data with each other, that Cradle-to-Career can enable or stay out of if they wish to. And of course, there are a lot, as was highlighted in her presentation and some of the other presentations we've had, there are existing data agreements and sharing infrastructure that already exists and predates Cradle-to-Career. So we don't need to get involved in any of that, but that MDEA is there to intend to smooth the process if a data provider wishes to use it. Any corrections?
No, that's correct. That's been a big question list.
I was thinking when you described the fellows work, I was thinking,
Yes.
is it CTC or is it your agreements with the higher ed institutions or segments?
Our vision for our fellow would be to figure out, I guess, how we can make an MDEA work for us.
I was curious about some of the more operational aspects of how the data system could support CSAC's work and thinking about the uptake or outreach. I don't know if you guys have begun to think about that, but if you have, share a little bit about.
So I know that it's a little limited in the sense that the data system is looking backwards. backwards. So there are certain things that we've talked about wanting like enrollment data for that we would not be able to achieve through Cradle-to-Career because it would be a matter of like we're wondering like why this student hasn't been paid their award. Is it because they're not there? Cradle-to-Career will not be able to say that because it is looking backwards. But there are certain things like the outcomes data that is more straightforward because we don't necessarily need to know like that year, like, did you get a job or not? Did you graduate or not? It's like, we can look backwards a little bit and that's fine. So in that sense, yeah, I think there are certainly some things that are going to be helpful, especially in terms of like analyzing the impact of financial aid, again, for the purpose of, I mean, more or less for ourselves or like our partners, like our advocacy partners, to talk about like the value of investing in financial aid, and what it means for California to do those sorts of things. Like, I think there's a lot of space for that. But in terms of our operations, I think we'll probably have to continue to rely on those like more traditional like MOUs we have set up in order to ensure that we're getting like up to date, like as of the moment data, rather than just looking backwards in order to be more proactive about our administration, of our administration.
The questions or comments from the board? This series is obviously one that was requested by members of the board. I like to reflect on just this sort of structure and what we got out of it. You know, we were able to appreciate and uplift the contributions that CSAC makes to the Cradle-to-Career system, the history of the contributions, the various data points and programs that are part of the contributions, but also some of the challenges, both imminent and looming, right? And it helps us better appreciate some of the risks or things that we need to be watching out for as a governing board, and how we can support you and how we can collectively ensure that we are able to leverage the data that come from the institution. Any other reflections from the board as it relates to the presentation or the structure of the presentation for us to think about as other data providers are also taking advantage of the opportunity to present to the governing board? Yeah.
Karen Cifuentes, Riverside County Office of Education. It can't echo enough, just exciting. And I'm like taking my internal notes of, if we marry this, we could solve this. That's how my brain's going, right? It's like I'm ready to go. But I think I'm always, when we start talking, we go into like budget development and legislators are reaching out and they want ideas and feedback and their timeline of when we get data from the different providers. Thinking about how, even if it is historical data, right? Sometimes they want to reinvest in a program. And I think, and I guess this question is for you, for Executive Director, how do we align this data to their needs? So we can say, hey, maybe we probably shouldn't invest historically based on the last 6-year trend of this particular scholarship. We haven't been seeing the return on investment we're getting closer and closer to be able to answer those questions before we just say, I think that's a good idea. We should give more money for A through G completion, where now we're sitting on half of the students in California. We know if they're on track or not. Literally, our CSU and UC partners already know half the state right now, because the California colleges, if they're on track. So we can do projective enrollments of, yeah, maybe in 4 more years, CSU is going to need this additional funding because we have a 10% increase in number of eligible students to even apply. Like, those are those problems that I'm thinking. So how do you see those two going together? So we're not just data rich and action poor, right? Like, we have a lot of this data, but it's not fitting in a timeline to be able to answer those questions. So our amazing partners at the table can actually put together these proposals, not based on what we feel, but what we now know. And the data CSAC provides is extremely powerful, especially on higher ed, to show the return on investment. So just thinking on how does that look like? That's a big question. I'm just.
Mary Ann Bates, Executive Director. That is a big question. I think one thing that Member Moldoff highlighted that I think is important to keep in mind is the fact that our analytical data is always going to have almost a year lag. So we'll get data in March of each year for the prior academic year. So it's not real time, but you're highlighting the opportunities to look at trends from past years in the moment where it's decision relevant. So a few initial thoughts. I think the dashboards are going to tell very big picture stories, some of which might inform the kinds of questions you're asking. The query builders in particular, where it enables any entity to generate tables using the underlying data, I think might be might get at part of what your question is asking, so that any legislative staffer or anyone who's asking a question that they'd like to answer, some subset of those questions may be able to be informed by the query builders and that ability. And then the third thing I'd mention is the research data request process. We've talked about in the context of researchers, and people often imagine, a university-based researcher who's ready to write a paper about something. As we develop that process, I think it would be really interesting to explore what it would look like for that research data request process. Yes, for the research community and also entities within the state who may be interested in particular information. So it's our job to bring the data together and make it available to people in a useful way, and really appreciate this input that we can keep in mind and how we can ensure that it's available for to inform decision-making in the best possible way.
Thank you. I think there's just so many connections we can all make now that, and multiple byproducts that we probably didn't even think that possibly we could do. And I get, even if it's a year, it still paints a picture of what's happening, and we can make sound decisions or fiscal asks, right? I'm really big, return on investment. If we can't measure it, we shouldn't be doing it. That's what we try to push in our county. And I think I think it's important how we're going to be able to take this powerful data and from CDE and be able to just solve big problems for students and families in California. So just thank you. Just if I know you're thinking that way, it's like, I'm always asking the question, well, how many students earn a Promise program or a Cal Grant actually persisted? And I don't know, there's probably people at this table that have earned that received a Cal Grant. I am one of them. And I tell everybody, I promise you, I paid it back multiple times. Tenfold. I've paid that money back. So I'm worth that investment California gave me, over 20 years ago, almost 30, in there. But that's, I just think it's important that that's what we're able to show with that type of piece of data. So I think, just thank you for that. And thank you, Jessica, for everything.
Thank you, Board Member Moldoff. Thank you to the entire governing board for this lively conversation. We'll move now to agenda item number 6, update on the student experience audit. We last heard about the annual student experience audit at the August governing board meeting. So I'd now like to invite Ryan Estriado, Director of Data Programs, to provide another update for us. Ryan.
Thank you, Chair Tagorda. Good morning, members. My name is Ryan Estriado. I'm the Director of Data Programs, and today I'll be giving an update on this year's student experience audit, which is work led by our Deputy Director of Digital Services, Judy Chan, and in partnership with Vital Research. For this item, I invite you to refer to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. And if you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, that staff report can be accessed on our C2C website. The California Cradle-to-Career Data System Act requires the office to do an annual student experience audit. The purpose of this student experience audit is to hear the stories of students in diverse life situations and backgrounds. These stories inform our understanding of the barriers that students face when applying to college, and they also inform the development of our practical and analytic tools. During our 2022 student experience audit, we discovered and shared the barriers that students in special custodial circumstances face, and we committed to expanding our work in 2023 to hear from students directly and to include more methods of data collection. All in all, we surveyed 152 students, and we also interviewed 10 students to give us context for survey responses. A full description of the methodology will be in the final write-up. We learned a lot from this year's student experience audit, and today I'd like to share 4 key takeaways. The first takeaway is that students describe the application process as overwhelming. There are resources available, but students aren't always aware of them. Students reported challenges finding information about eligibility and application requirements. And the first generation college students were more likely to report these challenges. During an interview, one student described feelings of self-doubt, sharing that applying for college felt like, quote, wandering into a black hole. Key takeaway number 2 is that students reported needing help with financial aid applications both before and also during the application process. In the last takeaway, I shared about challenges with the college application process, and there were similar stories around the financial aid application process. The 2 most frequently reported challenges were collecting documentation, and the second was understanding the terminology in the application. In an interview, one student described the experience as feeling like trying to figure out a foreign language. Similar to the finding on college applications, 90% of first-generation students reported challenges with the financial aid application process versus 80% of non-first-generation students. Next slide, please. Key takeaway number 3 is a comment on the broader finding that first generation and underserved minority students face frequent barriers during the application process. And to go into that a little bit more, it helps to understand how students tend to seek support. So we're going to start there. Next slide, please. When asked where students get help during the college application process, students frequently said family members and their school counselor. The answer similarly for help during the financial aid applications, though less reported help from school counselors in this area. First generation college applicants rely more on school teachers for support, presumably because non-first generation college applicants seek help from parents who draw on their past college application experience. Next slide. To illustrate further, one student shared that, quote, I also had parental support, but it feels it's from a distance, like my family is proud of me. They are part of what I'm doing, but they don't know how to support me in what I'm doing. Key takeaway number 4, final takeaway, is about the challenges with transcripts. It applies to 2 scenarios, requesting transcripts and transferring course credits. So let's look at what the surveys and interviews suggest about this. Overall, almost 40% of those surveyed reported challenges obtaining their transcripts. Common challenges at the high school level include a long wait between requesting transcripts and then receiving them. They also include transcript errors, which further extend that wait. Common challenges at the community college level include not knowing where and how to order transcripts. And community college students also shared cost as a challenge. Of students who took dual enrollment, AP courses, or needed transcripts to go between community colleges, 1 out of 10 said they did not receive their transcripts on time. To help us feel the impact of this, let's hear some student perspectives. Here's one student's reflection on waiting for transcripts. Quote, even mine was kind of slow because there's a big wave of seniors trying to get their high school transcripts transferred over to college. And on the next slide is another perspective, which goes with our office's theme that we focus on, administrative burden. Quote, I don't understand why I have to enter my transcript into every type of admission application and then still have to pay money in order to have transcripts be sent. I wish the colleges had better technology to transmit this information to each other instead of me doing data entry for the schools. Turning our attention now to dual enrollment and AP credits, students reported challenges with transferring credit for these courses to another institution. Specifically, students face challenges in matching their courses to college level equivalents. Some students shared stories of online courses not getting approved. On the next slide, we'll hear another student perspective. One student shared, quote, "I wish I knew earlier about which credits would transfer. It would have changed the classes I took in high school and at the community college." That concludes the key takeaways from this year's student experience audit. There will be more details in a draft document that we will send to members for feedback this month. And we look forward to finalizing the written document for the public in January. Our Deputy Director, Judy Chan, and our partners at Vital Research have already begun planning the direction of the 2024 student experience audit, including identifying topics of interest, expanding representation from our student groups, and revising the data collection timelines to improve participation. On behalf of the office, I want to thank the students who gave us their time and who trusted us with their stories. And I want to thank members of our governing and advisory boards who amplified our call for surveys and interviews. And finally, I want to thank you for a chance to share an overview of these results. I look forward to the office using this information to inform our service to the public. And now I hand it back to Chair Taborda for member comment.
Thank you, Ryan. And before I open it up for discussion from members of the board, I'd just like to echo the gratitude to the students who participated in this experience. It really helps inform the work that we do, right? We talk about 1 billion data points at the start of this session, and that's a great milestone, but at the end of the day, it's really about the experiences of our students as represented by this report. So I want to thank them and also uplift their voices. And I also want to now turn to the rest of the governing board for questions or comments about Ryan's report.
Jessica Moldoff from California Student Aid Commission. So I always look forward to hearing this update because of course, as the agency dealing with the financial aid application process, we are also often trying to figure out how to improve the student experience to the extent that we can. I hope that even though the changes to the FAFSA are impacting our data collection, I hope that the integration with the IRS is going to relieve that issue that students seem to be having with collecting tax information for the majority. And then I also wanted to kind of talk about how, I guess just kind of bring another thing to look for in the future is that some of the research that we've been a part of also echoes this finding about how it's family and counselors who are really important parts of the process with helping students navigate. But it's interesting if you actually divide it by the income level of the students, the lower income students, the ones who are more likely to be first gen, are more likely to say it's the counselor that's helping them versus like the higher income, less likely to be first gen students say it's their family that's helping them. So it's kind of interesting about the fact that we need to talk about students not as like this monolith, but really saying like, there are students who are having very different experiences when it comes to applying for college, applying for financial aid, and it's having that like cultural capital of even like having some idea of how to begin the process, let alone like fully navigating it, that is really makes a difference for them. And I think, yeah, any kinds of things that we can do to make, again, the process equitable. So like to make sure that those differences in the student background doesn't mean the difference between whether or not they're actually successful in applying for college and for aid. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Oh, I'm sorry, Debbie Cochran, governing board member. You mentioned as a next step, a goal of expanding representation. Could you comment a little bit on representation in this survey and this stage? In particular, just any reflections you have on where you feel like current efforts are well representing the student population, where versus areas where more focus needs to be paid in going forward?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think anytime we do a sample of an experience or an opinion, there's always some uncertainty there. And as we do the research, I've talked to Judy about this and I've heard her take on it. There is always lessons learned at the end of the process. And in the write-up, you'll see a few different recommendations there. The two that stuck out to me that the team is having conversations around right now to focus on in terms of who's included in the sample, a little more deliberate in including are, number one, going back to special custodial circumstances that came up in the first one, to explore those a little bit more deeply and more deliberately. So these are students who are undocumented students or have been previously in foster care. And then there was a new population or subgroup of students that we've started thinking about that we feel we can represent better in a future effort. And that is students who have applied to college or applied for financial aid and then didn't end up enrolling. I think that was a major lesson from this based on my read on the initial reporting and hearing summaries from Judy that that's an area we want to look at a little closer and learn more about how we can serve those students better. Welcome.
Marisola Viña, board member. Thank you, Ryan, for the report and the update. If I recall correctly, this is the second one, right? Last year we had a really comprehensive report from you. And I was wondering if we are in any way tracking any follow-up action after we hear from the students and kind of, what actions are taken from, what we hear from them. I think just for us, it would just be helpful to track that. But then I think also in terms of, you're out asking students, we're all out asking students to fill out, the survey, ask for their time. And so I think it would also help, for them to know this is how it'll be used. And these are some examples of, some action that's been taken thanks to the input that you've given us. And so, yeah, so just wonder if you could comment on that.
That's a really good question. From YASA's point of view, our focus is on generating as helpful an analysis as possible, number one, and then number two, making that widely available to both students who shared their stories with us, students in general, but then also our community partners who are really well positioned to act on those findings. I think one thing that we always look forward to is hearing from our community partners about where the gaps are in the information that we share, so that we can improve our process for future and empower others to be able to do that work. And so that's sort of our way of empowering folks to take action on the information and sort of where our focus is. And so we hope the public sharing of this is a great start to that.
Thank you. We have time for one more question or comment. Yes.
Thank you, Ryan. And I have to echo that question and comment about really breaking down the data. And I'm sure you have, this is a big overview of tons of different questions and answers. But I think when we just recently had a conversation just around dual enrollment and looking at the data in our own counties, are we serving dual enrollment? Is it serving the same students that we were serving already that were on track for UC CSU A through G completion? Of those students, how many were special ed? Of those, how many were English learners, even smaller? And so really, I think what you mentioned, breaking down even the student focus groups, the comments, and being able to have that data. I've learned so much in the last few years, just how my students I've been serving them in an IEP, giving them free and reduced lunch, and then they go to board member Evans, one of the CSU campuses, and his campuses don't know this. They have to self-identify. They have to say, I had an IEP, I need help. It usually doesn't happen until they're already getting D's and F's, right? Or they're failing. I think a lot of people don't realize that the gaps that we've had in K-12, the data we sit on, and we know these things about these students for 12, 13 years, and then we hand them off and they don't know in higher ed what the situation is, right? And so I think just the more we're doing that and breaking it down and really seeing who we're serving and what generalized populations, if we have the data now from CDE to say they were on a 504 plan. I think that's what's really going to help us. If we really want to talk about gaps, that's what we'll see. And what we're finding is we're serving a lot of this, we're repeat serving, not to say they're not deserving of the dual enrollment or these college career classes, et cetera, but we're really not close. The same students this was intended to is not helping. And I think that's what's powerful in what you talked about and just breaking down even those students that did respond to the surveys and their background, if we can go that far, because it tells another story that they might be students. I'm not saying we didn't help them go to college, but they probably were on that track already. And I think that's the exciting piece of this, to be able to break it down. And that would be my dream, is why do my students have to tell Nathan that they need help when they were getting this help for 17, 18 years? So just I love that you're considering those pieces too. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks to all the members of the governing board for their questions and comments. We'll now take a quick break. We're going to return promptly at 11:30.
Member Payne,
Here.
Here.
Member DeGear. Member Evans,
Here.
Member Fong. Here. Member Frigielli,
Here.
Member Hetz,
Here.
alternate Mar for Member Irwin. Member Jazz,
Here.
alternate Stivers for Member Laird,
Here.
Member Lee,
Here.
Member Moldoff,
Here.
Member Ohanian,
Here.
Member Romero, Member Vu,
Here.
Member Winkler.
Here.
The quorum is present.
Thank you so much. Over the next 45 minutes, we're going to combine agenda items 7 and 8, which pair together to talk first and foremost about the Career Education Executive Order and then e-transcript. And we have the privilege of being joined by esteemed guests, Ben Chida, Chief Deputy Cabinet Secretary for the Office of the Governor, and Sonia Christian, Chancellor of the California Community Colleges. So I'll turn it over to you now to address the governing board.
Well, thank you. Let's take a beat. Take a breath, look around. We accomplished something pretty cool today. It's really fucking cool. It really is. I want to take a beat because I want to mark this moment, right? So often in government, things feel stuck. We all come to this work to change these systems, but then they move slower than we expect, sometimes not at all, sometimes backwards, and it feels stuck. I remember December 2018, governor hasn't even taken office yet. We're having conversations about exactly this moment. Having a lot of different conversations with a lot of other people too. And they were all telling me one thing, which is more or less, it's impossible. They told me, chase after a quick win or a small win or a nominal win, because at the end of the day, the turf is too guarded. The silos are too thickly walled, and we're never gonna get past the small political problems, the tensions, the interpersonal dynamics, the institutional dynamics and things like that. People told me it was impossible. And so just wanted to say, let's take a beat and enjoy the success, because it really is a momentous one. I actually just came here from talking to the governor with Chancellor Christian as well. And afterwards we were talking about isn't that cool? We went through this process, it got designed, it's actually good government at work, mission-driven people, the right values, and actual meaningful progress for the people. So that's just wanted to pause and say how fucking proud I am. So it's proof that we can do big and good things for the people. And so what I want to talk to you about is the Career IDO, which is really perhaps the biggest and best thing that we could do for the people, at least from the Newsom administration's perspective. It is our plan for the next 38 months of what we want to be able to accomplish. So I want to take a beat and talk to you about that. So when I close my eyes, I feel something very, very concrete. I feel a future state, I could see it in my mind's eye, a future state in which our education and workforce systems, we don't define by the acronyms that we gave them and inherited, but rather it is defined by what we are trying to do for our people. And there's basically 3 things that we need to have our systems do. Step 1 is nurture our people. So especially in the early years, we're wrapping around our students. We're giving every student that baseline for them to be able to succeed. We're meeting their mental health needs, their basic needs, their housing needs, and we're giving all the basic things for people to thrive, the bottom parts of Maslow's hierarchy, closing opportunity gaps before they become achievement gaps. But the next 2 things are where the Career EDO is really focused in on, which is once we nurture the students when they're young, we need to get them when they're ready to launch. We need to do the same thing that we want to do with our own kids. Get the heck out of our house. Go launch yourself. We got to launch you out of here. What are you passionate about? What's going to give you purpose? Let us get you there. And then we also have to create a culture and systems that enable a relaunch, because the reality is we are living in a world right now in which what career and future you determine at 21 years of age is not going to last you the whole rest of your life. And it's going to get more and more, that dynamic is going to be more and more dramatic. So we have to create a culture and set of systems that enables relaunch and encourages that type of relaunch. So that's really what I see in my mind's eye is you're journeying from cradle to career, the name of your work. You're journeying from cradle to career. You're being wrapped around in a warm blanket from cradle through to the point at which you're ready to launch. Around 9th grade, you're handed a career passport. You're told from now on, we're talking about launching you out of here, launching you into your future. That career passport will be the way that we can maintain and track the student and future workers' skills and labor market value. They will be empowered to know what they have and what they bring to the labor market itself, their worker power. And also everything from high school through to post-secondary should be about discovery, career and skill discovery and exploration. And then getting people, again, launched into those careers is the priority. So the Career Executive Order is about leveraging the next 38 months to get all of our systems from K-12 through to higher ed, through to workforce, through to business, all pointed towards, better strategically pointed towards 3 things. 1 is careers, 2 is skills, 3 is access. Why? Because we need to get all of these systems pointed toward meaningful careers, because that's what's going to give people a sense of purpose, put food on their tables, and give our economy the people power that it needs to thrive. Skills, because that is the language that is going to enable people to understand what labor market value they have and communicate it to employers. It's going to be the language that we do not currently have that enables labor market supply to talk to labor market demand. And we need to do a much better job of mediating that conversation. And third is access, which is actually, when I say access, I actually really mean justice. A lot of our work is about equity, but equity in the way that we practice it in general is about taking crappy systems and the outputs of crappy systems and then trying to make them a little bit better. We now have an opportunity to not fix the systems that we inherited, but try to redesign and re-engineer systems that are based on our own values and principles. So that's what it stands. Those are the 3 things that we're going to work towards. Your work, this board's work, the office's work, is core. There's a reason why we started with you all first. You all, the data system was the very first charge they got from the governor, and that was no accident. It is related to all of this. It's related to the career radio. I didn't know we were going to do a career radio, in 2018, but it's all related. It's all part of one picture. The data system is critical infrastructure, critical architecture for any of this to work. And I want to dive into 2 specific pieces to get as specific as I can, which is e-transcript and CCGI. Think about the vision I just mapped out to you. Think about, for example, the skills, what I talked about with language. We don't currently have an ability for our education systems to talk to our employers using a common language. The best we got is grades. But that's what our system is really focusing on. But then a lot of employers don't see as much of the value in grades as an indicator of skills any longer. So we need to actually have a common language that enables workers to talk to employers, for education systems to talk to business. More importantly, we need to actually have that common language reflect real life. I was talking about this with some of you not long ago, but it's like the notion of like non-credit courses being offered. I think I was talking about Sonia. Non-credit courses, it's like, it says everything you need to know. It's like, we are offering you this course because we think it's valuable to your life and to your skills, but you're not going to get credit for it. Our systems will not see it. Our systems will not acknowledge it. And so that is one example of how we need to do a much better job of aligning what our systems certify, see, credit, record, and actually what real life looks and feels like. That's about recognizing prior learning, competency-based, all that. All that is about improving the architecture and the infrastructure. That's about improving e-transcript so that it becomes not just about grades, but about experiences, but about skills, about internships, apprenticeships. Let's try to build all that in so that government is more formally memorializing all of that, and that there's that architecture there. And then likewise with CCGI. CCGI is working right now to get our post-secondary institutions connected up with our K-12 institutions. That is the basic piping that we need for our systems to talk to each other. Right now, they're all siloed out. We're working on right now the pipes to get them unsiloed out. And then we could use that piping to build functionality on top of it to do what I talked about, which is enable people to start thinking from 8th grade, 9th grade, their careers, and start recording their skills and to explore different pathways and to smooth out the journey as much as we possibly can to make it as accessible and equitable and just as we possibly can. So that's what we're going to be working on. And like I said, you all are really critical to that because at the end of the day, all of this requires us building a lot of new architecture, and you all are building the architecture effectively, just as we saw today. And specifically, the place where I think that we're going to see the most gains is around, or place where we're going to see more focus in on is around building out e-transcript, building out CCGI as well. And then the goal is by the end of the new administration, by the end of 38 months, we are on a solid path and a solid track in California to actually do what I was closing my eyes and thinking about, which is helping all students find and make meaning in their lives and then supporting them for their entire lives. And your work is really going to be critical for that. And so I really thank you. And like I said, I'm so fucking proud.
All right, well, good afternoon. Sorry to be running a little late. So when Ben started with a history lesson and said 2018, I was visualizing where I was in 2018. And I was at that time the president of Bakersfield College, focused on student success with equity. So what do you start thinking about right away is data. You start thinking right away as president about the flow of data. I remember conversations, in fact, with CCGI and connecting up about high schools. At Bakersfield College, we had 52 high schools that were feeding into the college. And we started really focusing on dual enrollment because in 2015, Holden passed the dual enrollment legislation. And the dual enrollment legislation was passed with equity at the focus. And the reason for it is before the bill passed, how did high school students get college credit, right? They went to AP classes. So when we were looking at an alternative pathway that centered equity, we needed to open up college classes to a vast number of students, and the disaggregated data needed to represent that it was working, right? So we started trying to focus on getting those dual enrollment, but what ended up happening is individual conversations. You negotiate individual MOUs, and we were so blessed at that time to welcome CCGI as the platform to create that unifying effort. So I remember the conversations and always heard this name, Ben Cheetah, right? Never Ben, always Ben Cheetah, and the Cradle-to-Career. And locally, we were talking about the miracle that was going to happen, the miracle of Cradle-to-Career. So fast forward to 2023, February 23rd, when the Board of Governors announced me as the chancellor of the California Community Colleges. I mean, what an honor. And the first person I connected with was John Hetz to start understanding how the data was flowing within our different segments and with the workforce. And I started to learn this state of affairs. I learned that when a student completes the associate degree for transfer, they have to go through 4 steps before they entered into the CSU. I learned from John Hetz that from 2017, we had over 40% additional students who had completed their ABTs. But when we looked at the enrollments into the CSUs, it was a huge gap of students who had their ABTs, but could not get into the CSUs because of the 4-step process. Obstacle 1, complete an application. You see a drop off. Obstacle number 2, now you're admitted. Everything seemed to be pointing to one solution. In California, I mean, you're not talking about, India, where I grew up. You're talking about the United States, and not any state. You're talking about California. When we know a student has completed an ADT within California's community college, how is it possible that that information does not automatically flow to the CSU so that the CSU can say, congratulations, you've completed your ADT, welcome to the CSU, and then start sorting it out? The answer is Cradle-to-Career. So whether it is the 9th to the baccalaureate attainment, those critical 8 years from dual enrollment to bachelor's, we need the systems development because we've had a lot of policy reform, but we haven't had the systems catch up to the policy, so the implementation has been not at scale. We've got a lot to do. I mean, the dual enrollment, which was implemented 8 years ago, when you look at how many high school students are enrolling in college classes, it's 14% in the 12th grade after 8 years, and 6% in the 9th grade when they're getting started. And the disaggregated data shows that the students who are impacted are our Black students and our Latino students. So we've got to break that cycle. To this, we have added a new population, thanks to Sujan and California Competes. In 2021, you put out a report and you talked about the hidden population. You introduced the number 6.8 million, which is very prominent in our Vision 2030. And by the way, our Board of Governors for the California Community Colleges in September approved Vision 2030, which is our roadmap, which includes all of the governor's roadmap mandates for us, as well as the career education executive order and the big dream that Ben had talked about, our governor's dream for career education. So in Vision 2030, in addition to this student from the 9th grade to baccalaureate completion, we took our attention to the 6.8 million who have a high school diploma but no post-secondary credential. Our governor has put out a daunting goal. He has asked the 3 system leads that 70% of Californians must have a post-secondary credential by 2030, 70%, right? So we've all gone to work. Millie Garcia, Michael Drake, and I, we meet regularly and we stay connected to Ben, and we're trying to figure out how do we open up our doors full throttle and move with urgency. One of the critical components is the Cradle-to-Career. Now, the e-transcript is something that we are partnering with you, with the governor's office, to find a solution, not the old solution that we had, but a new solution that is reflective of our current technology capabilities and our current thinking. For example, Ben talked about apprenticeships and internships. We have a tremendous project. The governor has invested a lot of money to grow our apprenticeships. Again, the governor has put out a daunting goal, 500,000 apprenticeships. So when I took over as chancellor, in addition to expanding the apprenticeships, we started asking the fundamental question, if there is learning that is happening, and certainly it is, apprenticeships are gold standards, right? You have on-the-job training, connected to industry. So when that is happening, how come college doesn't recognize that learning through a credential? And that again comes back to the point, how are we not recognizing, why are we blind to and documenting it and transcripting it? So we started a demonstration project in Vision 2030 called the Apprenticeship Demonstration Project, where we are building a mainstream structure within the college system to recognize through college credit the skills that apprentices are gaining, whether they are in an electrical apprenticeship or a construction apprenticeships. And now with the governor's mandate, we are even expanding to non-traditional apprenticeships, which includes IT, it includes healthcare, and so on. So that is an example of thinking about a new kind of an e-transcript that would then be augmented by the career passport that is being introduced. So recently I was introduced to Marianne Bates and was absolutely thrilled when she was talking about the work that you're doing. It was like, you are solving the biggest problem that we have in higher education. And the e-transcript could be one of the pieces we can right off the bat immediately make happen. Not the old e-transcript, which was reliant on having MOUs with 72 districts. Can you imagine that in this day and age? We have to have 72 conversations and create those individual MOUs. Our Board of Governors said absolutely not. So the Board of Governors has funded a project where we're looking at a common ERP. And we have a demonstration called the Common Club. Why have 72 instances if we can upload the information into this common repository and then have the MIS data automatically feeding into the e-transcript? So John Hetz is our leader who is boldly leading this vision, negotiating with the colleges. You can imagine, you know, it's like herding cats in terms of working it out, but that's where we're going. And we're trying to get folks, the 92 districts, to relax and know the world is not coming to an end when we're building this common data platform, a common cloud. In fact, it's going to ratchet up the abilities for us to use smart tools on this larger database for all of our students within California community colleges, because these are our CSU students. It's our students. So no more silos. Ben said, stop the silos. Let's let the data flow so we all have the information of our students. So we don't really have the administrative bureaucracy on the students' end to have to fill out one application after the other, but rather we move the data among the segments, and to it with the career passport, we add other credentialing, industry credentialing. So it's a whole representation of what the student has learned, the student's skills and abilities that is available to the business partner, available to a four-year university if the student is deciding to go into a master's program. It becomes easy. And if we can do it anywhere, we can do it in the state of California. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Jen. I think it's apropos, since we're combining agenda number 7 and 8, I'd like to turn it over to John Hetz and Marianne Bates to give this e-transcript update built upon the comments from the chancellor.
Absolutely. It's a little bit, I'm sorry, John Hetz, California Community Colleges. It's a little bit hard going after the two of you since you covered most of the ground that I wanted to cover. At the previous board meeting, it was shared with you what e-transcript is. It's a transcript exchange system that's currently offered by the California Community Colleges that serves the state of California. It allows electronic transcripts of transfer information across the post-secondary institutions. All of our community colleges participate in this. The CSUs participate in it. Some of the other colleges across the rest of higher ed in California participate, but very few take advantage of all the aspects of the existing e-transcript format. And so what students often face is a hodgepodge of different types of platforms and different places that they have to go to get information. We've been talking a lot on this board about the role of administrative burden. And when you expect first generation students that have to keep track of 5 or 7 different places they have to go to get transcript information, and potentially have to pay all of those, and if there's a mistake, they have to pay a second time to get those transcripts again, it's a completely inequitable approach. And as Chancellor Christian said, we can do better in California. We should do better in California. We must do better. And this is an opportunity for us to actually do that, to incorporate higher education information with information about student skills so that a student can have access to and control over their information in a way that not only empowers them, but also empowers all of us to serve them better when they arrive, right? And to serve all of them better when they arrive. Right now, what happens is the students that get served well are the students that Ryan was talking about, the students who have someone who can do one-on-one with them and say, make sure you get this from here and send this to there. But we have lots of students in California that don't have that support. And we are the opportunity. We are the people that can stand in that place and provide, not to provide that support, to take the need for that support away, right? To take the need for that support away. I've been working in the seams between our educational systems in a variety of ways now for going on like 13 years. And the number of students that we lose in California to the chasms that we leave between our educational institutions is a travesty. And we need to do better as a state. And this type of system is exactly the opportunity that this state can build so that none of those students fall in the hole, because there's no hole anymore, right? So that as they move from a community college, by the way, somewhere north of 75 to 85% of our students want to transfer. Within 4 years, within 6 years, less than half of them will. And very, very few will make it in 3. And there is an enormous lost human capital for us in California. And this is an opportunity for us to recapture that and give back the opportunity to the students, to the people of California. The only other thing I want to make sure to tie back to is you heard a little bit about in the student audit, the barriers that students face. But I also want to go back to, if you remember from the May board meeting, there was a student that talked about what he had to do in order to get his transcripts to his educational institution in time to avoid losing the spot that he had achieved, right? So he had to get transcripts printed and drive them to his educational institution in order 3 hours away to make sure that he wouldn't lose the opportunity. We should never have anything like that happen ever. And this is the opportunity for us to do that. So, turn it over to Mary.
Thank you. So I'll just briefly connect the dots with what you discussed in August. So, and in our 12-month work plan. So we had already planned to spend this year exploring options for e-transcript with the Chancellor's office. And it's just excellent timing now that this comes together with this executive order. So we're now exploring this work in the context of the Career Education Executive Order. So in order to move forward with the ideas that you heard Ben Cheetah and Chancellor Christian and Ember Hetz describe, we will be launching the task force that you discussed in August. We're now going to align that task force with the Career Education Executive Order process. So the task force will provide a space for us to explore ways to scale and transform e-transcript and to build the career passport. So we'll provide more information in the coming weeks, but we're going to wait and follow initial announcements related to the executive order and kind of the broader planning process related to the executive order. So the punchline is this is getting folded together into that now, and we're just so delighted that this work can be a part of the broader movement of the executive order.
Thank you. Questions or comments from members of the board? We have about 10 minutes for this segment.
Jessica Moldoff at the California Student Aid Commission. I'm wondering if like the career passport and like the talk about like the like credit for prior learning in space education, things like that, are those things that are going to be, I guess, incorporated into e-transcripts? So then the transcripts there would be not just like the credit transcripts from different institutions, but would also have that fill out capacity, or is the career passport sort of envisioned to be a separate process?
I'll take a first crack at this one. So I'll say in the caveat on everything is, and I am gonna say this openly and proudly, is I don't know. Like, right, it's like for a lot of these things, we're not gonna know. It's like we are imagining, like I reflect a lot on like theories of change and actually historical precedents for change and all that sort of thing. And a common sort of idea that I feel like people have is like, we plan first and then we land it. And oftentimes like whatever I study prior big changes, including like the master plan and all those things, you just articulate a vision and everyone tries to co-create it together. And then you go for it. So that's all to say, like general caveat, not sure in terms of the answer, but I'd say the way to think about e-transcript and the career passport is sort of like there are different parts in a timeline, at least in my mind. The career passport is the future state. It's a one-stop shop in which, we hand something to a ninth grader and they use it for their whole lives to explore careers and to, navigate the labor market, which gets complex. And then it enables us to help them navigate the labor market as, the state. So we can project out different labor demand and start using that type of, that's all to say that's like the future state. But we all probably have different ideas of what that future state could probably look like. And it's going to iterate and change a lot over the next decade plus when all this gets built out, right? So in my mind, e-transcripts is where we are right now, which is we got this, transcript exchange system that, for the most part, we think transcript grades and might have a couple other things. We can start adding in the other data that we collect as institutions, including things like, externships or internships, or other, experiential things that we might not know how to use the language yet of like what exactly that counts for. But let's start recording it. Let's just start incorporating it into what we actually say is valuable for, education and experience. And then let's start adding in apprenticeships, and then let's start like actually aligning on the language of skills. Because when I say this skill, you say that skill, it's like we are probably saying different things. So let's start aligning on a common dictionary of skills in the same way that we all developed our own, the data dictionary here. We have to do that work. We have to come up with a skill dictionary basically and start having all of our systems align on that. But you can imagine we start recording skills into that. And that is where, as time goes on, we can get it actually to a thing like a career passport. So one way I think about it is there's just different stages in the sort of like timeline, so to speak. And the sort of going from e-transcript to the career passport, a lot of question marks. And I say that proudly, and it's actually not a glitch, it's not a bug, it's actually it's by design, it's, I would say, virtue. Because if 1 or 2 people or even 10 people baked up a whole thing, and then was like, we're gonna drive everyone towards it for the next 10 years, like that would probably not work out. And so we actually have to have some sense of what the future state is and what the vision is. But otherwise, it's on all of us to be true public servants, put aside our institutional lenses and institutional hats in time, put on our human hats, put on our, public servant hats a little bit sometimes, and move that ball from where we are now, status quo ex ante, to future state. So vague, I know, but it's a little bit, it should be vague because it should breathe. I don't know if John or Sonia.
I would just add to that, I mean, that's part of the purpose of the task force, right? To try and capture collectively what we need to move us from where we are to hopefully where we're gonna go, but helping us understand where we're trying to go along that journey, right? So it's both thinking about where you're going, but also building the map on the way. So the task force is going to be doing a lot of the work on some of the specifics that I think you're trying to drive to. That's why we have collective conversation in California.
And what I would add to that is, I see the career passport as being the comprehensive set. And I see e-transcript as being a subset. And the e-transcript might over time modify and might merge, as Ben said, down the line. But right now, if you have a student who's got a transcript at CSU, has a transcript at the community college, has work experience, they can have one identity in the career passport. Now, the California Community College e-transcript is going to also become bigger with the Cradle-to-Career learning, which we are taking on in a very purposeful way and starting to recognize it to college credit. And I see the passport still being able to accommodate more credentialing than just the transcripts from the different segments.
Board Member Jen.
Student Jazz, California Competes. Thank you so much. I really appreciate both, I think, this goal around the executive order, around breaking down silos, increasing coordination, especially focused on the main goal of higher education today around getting good jobs and good work. And I really feel like the Cradle-to-Career data system is one of the key parts of making that a reality, and the focus on implementation, Chancellor Christian, around obviously the 6.8 million Californians. So it's not just about our current students, but all the Californians who frankly want to be and should be in our higher ed or workforce system, how we connect them. Ben, to your last point around the skills, around this common language, I wanted to flag there's this organization, a nonprofit credential engine that has built a registry that has done a lot of this legwork. And so I encourage us to chat with them in full transparency. I'm also on their board of directors. we could leverage their work. We don't have to actually engage with the entity, but they've done a lot of that already, and most states are using it, and we can build on top of, you know, their registry that they've already begun to develop. There's, I think, over 1 million credentials, and then it also includes skills, competencies too. So I'm really excited about what this means for California, and I think that the work that the Cradle-to-Career team has done here with this data system, building it, and puts a lot of energy into, like, we can get this work done and it's possible. So thank you for your vision.
Totally, and I would add that, like, yeah, like at the end of the day, we know what we need the next step on the skills conversation. We all talk about skills, but we know what needs to happen, which is we need to align that common language on that sort of thing. 100%, we should be using whatever other people have already aligned on. Like that is, in a perfect world, we just have already like a common set that every state and every entity can agree on already. That's just like not where we are. But so like we got to actually build on 100%. We build on what exists. The thing I want to emphasize even further, and it's actually related to how I think what's unique and awesome about you all in the work of this system, which is, I think we know that there's been a lot of this type of work around skills, badging, all these things, you know, for a long time now. But my theory is you need to have the government come in full-throated endorsing and using that language and that structure and building that policy infrastructure for it to ever be adopted at scale. It's not enough for LinkedIn and others to do their little bits and bobs, because unless it's actually pulled into the systemic sort of logic, it won't actually change the way that we do business. So, you know, really, I think I see the work of kind of creating like skills transcripts, trying to build this in, is less of like inventing what Credential Engine and others have already done, because they've already done a lot of that work. It's more about, this is the first time that the state of California is really coming in and saying, this is us, we're doing this, we're adopting this language. We're gonna start doing this, how we're gonna push our systems to change as well. And the reason why I relate that to the board and to the work that you all have done is, one of the things is when people ask me that, so what's the process for career education, next 38 months, all that. Again, not sure, don't know, but also look to you all as a model for how the Newsom administration tends to think about process and deliver, which is to say, this is a group that is mixed in composition between different stakeholder groups. It is composed largely of the people, the data custodians. So it is a good model for us to reflect on and build on and use for all this work moving ahead, because it's our theory of change. You cannot have institutional players over here in their silos playing defense, advocates over here shouting as loudly as they can and throwing bombs, playing offense. You can't expect change to ever happen there. This is how change actually happens, as evidenced by today. You pull the groups together, you insist on a serious conversation, you set out the big picture vision, and then you get people who know what they're doing to actually start building like the task force, and people who actually know the how and the pieces and the mechanics to come together and actually work it out. You have everybody put down their institutional hats a little bit, put on their human hats, and then try to problem solve on behalf of other human beings. And then of course you bring in your institutional interests and your worries and your guardrails. That's why we have you here. But at the end of the day, the next 38 months has to be about us being human beings and problem solvers first. And I feel like you all really helped demonstrate what that looks like in practice, and really help to kind of build that muscle in our administration, because it's really what we want to replicate at scale through all the career education.
Well, on behalf of the governing board, I want to thank Ben Chita, Chancellor Christian, John Katz, Marianne Bates for this enlightening, very powerful, influential, inspirational conversation. I think I can speak on behalf of the entire group when we say this is a very crucial and critical point in the arc of the work that we're collectively doing. If today represents one huge milestone, which is this data ingestion of 1 billion data points, then you've just laid out a path forward for us over the next 38 months to accelerate the work that we've already begun. So let's build on this momentum. This is a great opportunity that we collectively have as a body to fight on behalf of the people of California and to raise the banner of justice, as was articulated at this very crucial point, right? We heard the stories from our student experience audit about what our students are going through. And as Catalina mentioned, we don't want to just stand at the precipice of staring at this data. Let's keep moving this forward on behalf of those students and on behalf of the other members of the Californians that we serve. So thank you very much for that. I think it's a great opportunity for us now to take a break so we can continue to reflect upon this work. We'll have a 45-minute lunch. But again, I want to thank all of our presenters for coming in, emboldening our group here today.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Back from lunch, and thank you for joining us again. Before we get back to the work of the board, we'll take roll to ensure we have a quorum. Mary Kay?
Member Tagorda,
Present.
Member Payne,
Here.
Member Vina. Here. Member Cifuentes,
Here.
Member Cochran. Here. Member DeGear,
Present.
Member Evans,
Here.
Member Fong. Here. Member Frijueli,
Here.
Member Hetz,
Here.
alternate Mar for Member Irwin. Here. Member Jez.
Here.
Alternate Stivers for Member Laird. Member Lee.
Here.
Member Moldoff. Here. Member Ohanian.
Here.
Member Romero. Member Vu.
Here.
Member Winkler.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Fantastic. We'll now move on to agenda item number 10. Update, discussion, public comment, and possible action on the executive director review process and the executive director review ad hoc committee meeting. As a reminder to members, we enacted this committee at the August governing board meeting. We have a 5-person committee consisting of members Avinia, Moldoff, Payne, Winkler, and myself. I'd like to thank them at this moment for all of their hard work and thoughtfulness into putting together all of the materials that you'll be reviewing during this agenda item. I'd also like to remind members that the committee was tasked with streamlining the process and ironing out procedures that the governing board can rely upon annually for the executive director review process. To be clear, we will not be discussing the performance of the executive director today, but rather the process itself. Matters related to performance must be handled in a closed session. But today will be provided an update from Jane Harrington from Leading Resources. She'll highlight salient takeaways from the first executive director committee. Jane?
Good afternoon, members. Thank you, Chair Tagorda. Can everybody hear me all right? Excellent. As the chair stated, my name is Jane Harrington. I'm from Leading Resources. We do work like this with a number of organizations. So before I dive into the details, I'll just point members to the report that was prepared for this agenda item. And also to members of the public, you can access that report on the C2C website. So the annual performance review, beyond being good organizational practice, is also captured in the education code for you all. So you might recognize this code section. It's not a general code section. It is specific to Cradle-to-Career. And it gives this board the responsibility of hiring, evaluating, and firing the executive director. So this responsibility of the board is captured in code. And then you all have taken that and put that in your governance manual. And you've decided that on a yearly basis, you would like to evaluate your executive director. Again, very good practice. So I'm going to dig into the details that this committee worked through. And I might propose that we hold questions till the end so that you've gotten the bigger picture and we can kind of go back and address anything that comes up for you. All right, next slide. So we're talking about the review, and it's not just one single thing. There's components that go into that review, and I'd like to just list those off for you first and talk about who's responsible for those components. So the first one would be the executive director themselves. They're going to be responsible for their own self-evaluation. And that will become part of the record in the Cal HR file. And then there's going to be a survey of this governing board where they are surveyed about the executive director. We'll also incorporate interviews with executive level staff that report to the executive director. And the survey results. So once the survey is done, the results will come to LRI because we're a third party, right? We're on the outside of the organization. So we'll take in that raw data. That does not become part of the file. We will prepare a summary of that survey. As you might imagine, with the number of board members we have here, that could be a lot of information. We're going to look at what the themes are for that survey. Then there's the performance review itself, and that is prepared using those components I just went through. That's prepared by the chair and the chair-elect. That review becomes part of the file. The executive director also has a response after reading that review, also has the opportunity after reading that review to provide a response, which might just clarify or provide some explanation about anything that came up in the performance review. That becomes part of the file, along with just a letter that captures everything. All right, let's look at the timeline. So this is the high level timeline. Of course, the committee has more detailed timeline as they dig into the work on this. But the next thing that's going to come up is the survey itself. And we are scheduled to open that survey to this governing board on November 6th. So pretty soon. We'll have that survey open for roughly 2.5, 3 weeks. And then on January 9th, the committee that Chair Tagorda described will again meet for the next part of their process on the executive director review. There'll be another board presentation at your next board meeting, which is scheduled for February, late February. That will be a closed session presentation. And then in March, the committee will meet again to look back on the process, to discuss how it went. All right, next slide. So let me talk a little bit about this executive director self-review. What is the director describing in there? They're going to be provided the exact same survey that the governing board is provided, where they can evaluate themselves. They'll also get the same open-ended questions that this board is going to receive, where they can give more information. That's kind of the look back where the executive director is reflecting on everything over the last year. The nice thing is this board will get the executive director's self-review before they have to complete the survey. So you'll have a sense, kind of a reminder of everything that's been accomplished in the last year. The survey itself that comes to this board covers 9 topics, right? And you'll see that in the report. So things like board relations or operations, leadership, right? Those are the 9 big topics. And inside of those, it's 19 multiple choice questions. The questions are going to be pretty focused around just those topics. And then at the end, again, 3 open-ended questions where board members can provide more explanation, more insight into the review. Next slide. We'll also interview the CEAs, so the executive level staff that report to the executive director. And those are going to be, again, high level topics. It's just 7 topics for this staff, and they're going to be open-ended questions. So opportunities, maybe areas of improvement. This high level items. Next question or next slide. Let me talk a little bit about the survey logistics. So LRI, as that outside consulting third-party firm, is going to be responsible for administering this survey. We use SurveyMonkey. That was the same platform that was used last year. The survey will be shared with all governing board members, and the goal this year is going to be 100% response rate. So to reach that response rate, we are going to include identifying information in the survey itself. So it will ask for the board member's name. But that information will be taken out by LRI, by the third-party firm, before that data is turned over to Cradle-to-Career. We're just looking to make sure that everybody's had a chance to respond to the survey. Next slide. Once the survey is completed, LRI will have all of the raw data. So that will exist with us. That won't be in C2C's hands yet. We will take that raw data and share that with the chair and the chair-elect. Again, that identifying information will be removed. And then LRI will also prepare a summary that includes an analysis of those multiple choice questions. So a visual analysis of that, along with representative quotes and themes. So as you imagine, a theme might be something we hear more than once in the data. Next. Again, as I said before, the chair and the chair-elect are responsible for taking that survey and turning that into the performance review. So preparing the performance review based on that input. And then the committee will meet to discuss that review. That's that January meeting I described. The chair and the chair-elect will present that review to the executive director. As I said before, the executive director has the option of responding in writing to that review. And then in late February, this board will come together in closed session to review and adopt the recommendation for that review. The chair will coordinate directly with CalHR in terms of the logistics around submitting that for CalHR's purposes. So that wraps up the process. On this slide, we've got the proposed language for the motion, so move to approve the process, and also to update that governance manual to reflect this new process, some of the improvements to the process. So I will pause there and ask if there's any questions from this board.
Thank you, Jane. Questions or comments from members of the board? Seeing none, is there a motion?
Move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Yeah.
Sorry, for folks following along at home, that was the motion made by Tom Vu, and that was a second made by David DeGear.
Before we vote, let's pause for public comment.
Perfect. We'll now be opening it up for public comment. We have no speaker slips. Is there anyone here in Sacramento that would like to make a public comment in the room with us? Seeing no one liking to comment in Sacramento, we can open it up for our folks that are on Zoom. If you would like to make a comment on this agenda item, and please note it is limited to this agenda item, you can raise your hand and I'd be happy to unmute you. At this time, I see no hands raised, but I'll give you another moment. Seeing no hands raised, we can close public comment.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Mary Kay Cruz Jones, please do a roll call vote.
Member Tagorda,
Yes.
Member Payne,
Aye.
Member Vina,
Yes.
Member Cifuentes. Aye. Member Cochran,
Yes.
Member DeGear,
Yes.
Member Evans,
Yes.
Member Fong,
Yes.
Member Frigielli,
Yes.
Member Hetz,
Yes.
alternate Mar for Member Irwin, Member Jez,
Yes.
alternate Stivers for Member Laird,
Yes.
Member Lee,
Yes.
Member Moldoff,
Yes.
Member Ohanian,
Yes.
Member Romero, Member Vu,
Yes.
Member Winkler.
Yes.
17 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you very much. And thanks again to the ad hoc committee that worked through this in concert with the office, with LRI. Much appreciated. And thanks for that presentation, Jane. Okay, let's move on to agenda item number 19, update on the calendaring of future data provider updates, which will be presented by Mary Kate.
Okay. Good afternoon, members. My name is Mary Kate Cruz-Jones, and I'm the Chief of Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships here at Cradle-to-Career. If there are folks following along at home, I'd like to point everybody to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item, as well as members. So at the August governing board meeting, Chair Fong proposed the implementation of a standing agenda item at each board meeting, inviting data providers to provide updates to fellow board members as well as the public. Updates from data providers will allow board members the opportunity to report out all the important work that you've been doing. It will also illuminate how the state's investments in this work go beyond the work of office to cradle to career, right? We've heard this echoed several times today. The point of this agenda item is to provide a predictable calendar for both members of the board as well as the public. So in February of the new year, I'm very pleased to share that we'll be hearing updates from California Health and Human Services, as well as the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. So I would also just like to take a moment to thank all data providers. I know it was sometimes hard to get everybody calendared, but I super appreciate everybody's support and cooperation. And I know that the office is very grateful for this calendar, and I think that the public will be as well. So we look forward to hearing more from all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Kate. Any questions or comments from the board? Seeing none now, we'll be moving on to agenda item 9. Update from the Community Engagement Advisory Board meeting.
We'll hold off on that one a moment longer.
So we'll hold off on agenda item number 9 and move to agenda item 11.
Wonderful.
Agenda item number 11. So this brings us to presentation and preview of the governance survey, which will be presented by Mary Kate Cruz-Jones.
Me again. Perfect. So thank you, Chair Tagorda, again for that introduction. There was a staff report drafted for this item as well, so members and the public can refer to that. I would like to remind the board and the public that y'all approved the strategic plan at our last meeting in August. And one objective that's listed in the plan under office operations is the build of the C2C governance culture with a focus on ambassadorship as measured in progress summaries discussed at each governing board meeting, as highlighted earlier during Mary Ann's ED update, and an annual governance survey that would be starting in the fall of 2023. So we're there. It's fall 2023. The impetus of this objective derives from the presentation that Leading Resources, so you just heard and can see Jane here with us still, that they provided to y'all February of last year. The conversation focused on the 5 habits of high-performing public agency boards. Habit 4 centers around the board developing itself so that it can effectively serve the organization's needs. So the survey is a total of 26 questions and covers 9 topics, including strategic vision, change management, analysis and judgment, decisiveness, planning meetings, productive communication, building and maintaining relationships, and roles and responsibilities. The full survey can be found in attachment A as a part of this staff report. And as a reminder, board members, so you all, will be completing this survey annually, and this will start in the new calendar year. When completing the survey, members will be asked to take a retrospective look at the previous calendar year. The office plans to provide the survey to members for completion prior to the February 2024 board meeting. And we can do a report out in February. So I'd now like to pass it back to Chair Tagorda at this time. As mentioned, there is the sample in there. So if there's any thoughts, the office would be happy to implement any changes before we go live.
Excellent. Thank you, Mary Kate, for that information. And just to highlight, because we heard a couple of instances in which we're talking about surveys. And I'd like to surface this item. The survey timeline, there are a couple of them, right? As a reminder for members, the Executive Director Review Survey will run during the month of November. That focuses on the Executive Director Review process. The Governance Survey, which is what we're talking about right now, is our own self-assessment about the way that we are working together. And that will run in the new year. So they're distinct, completely different items, but obviously would require all of us to participate in the survey, right? So one is for the Executive Director Review, and the other one is our own self-assessment based on the habits that we've discussed about building a strong governance culture. So with that preface, I wanted to open it up for any member questions or comments about the survey for the governing board. Seeing none, we will close this item as well and move on to agenda item 13. Presentation on the role of the office and governing board members. So as a reminder to members, this presentation was requested during the future agenda items section at our August board meeting. So I'd like to invite Mary Ann Bates, our executive director, to start this presentation.
Excellent. So what I'd like to do is, first, again, sorry, Mary Ann Bates, Executive Director. I'd like to walk through what was in the staff report at a high level. So for those of you who are listening in, you can find the staff report on our website. And what we did is essentially look at what's in statute, look at what you have put in the governance manual, and summarize for you what the role of the office is and what the role of the board is. So a few key takeaways. Statute emphasizes the office's neutrality. So some of the language is that we connect individuals and organizations with trusted information resources, that we provide neutral written summaries of information available through the data system, and that we prioritize answering the questions in our defined learning agenda. That phrase learning agenda is one that's sometimes used to talk about essentially what's a research agenda? What are the questions that we want to answer? What are the questions that we are prioritizing? And that learning agenda for our office was originally outlined in statute in the Cradle-to-Career Data System Act that highlights some of the key questions that the state wanted to be able to answer via this data system. Those kinds of questions were refined during the planning process, and they can be updated via the governing board over time. I want to dwell on this just for a moment because I think it's incredibly important part of the planning process is that the data points in the P20W data set, how this work is being done was really centered around what are the questions we want to answer, getting consensus on that, and then figuring out what are the most feasible and important data points that could answer those questions. So it was really driven by use cases, really driven by what the questions are that we want to answer. So that's kind of big picture office's role. Next slide. So the statute and the governance manual also has language on the governance board's role. So this includes the board directing the office, right? You provide vision, direction, and oversight for the office. In particular, directing me as the executive director. Statute talks about the importance of the governing board prioritizing the needs of students and families, promoting a culture of data-informed decision-making. And we're quoting one section particular here, ensuring that the data system is serving its intended purposes by submitting recommendations to the governor and the legislature to adjust the data system's vision, mission, and strategic objectives, particularly recommendations related to improving educational outcomes and reducing opportunity gaps. Thank you. And reducing opportunity gaps. So that's kind of the big picture of what we are summarizing for you from the statute, what you've put into the governance manual. I think from my perspective as the executive director, especially in the early years of the data system, building and maintaining trust, both trust in us as an institution, trust in process, and trust in the data that we're bringing together and sharing is one of the most important things that we need to stay focused on. So given that, I think the ensuring the neutrality of our office is an important component of that. The way I've summarized this in conversations with people is that our data is going to shine a light on a variety of things, including gaps. And then from my perspective on the office's side, it's not our role to then go the step further and say, therefore, this entity at the state should do the following, that entity should do this, here's how it should be funded, here's the bill that should pass, right? That's not our office's role. Other entities may do that, both within and beyond the state, using our data, and that's kind of a natural part of the process. But it's important for our office to be a neutral source of trusted information is kind of the catchphrase that's in my mind that helps guide in specific decisions that we make as an office. So that's my perspective from the office. Now I want to turn it back over to Chair Tagorda.
So I want to highlight here at this point, the neutrality of the C2C office and what it means for us as a governing board. C2C's credibility over time relying on being a neutral source of trusted information for the public. As Marianne explained, in accordance with statute, given that the governing board directs the office, it's important for me, I think it's important for us, for the governing board to be in alignment with that aspect of the office's work. We should continue to discuss how we, as a board, can do that, while also at the same time fulfilling our statutory charge to provide recommendations related to improved educational outcomes and reducing opportunity gaps. So that's the central question that's in front of us, right? So I'd like to turn it over now for member comments or questions as it relates to this particular topic.
Jessica Moldoff of the California Student Commission. I feel like I need to comment first, given that it was my request to have this item. So thank you very much for taking the time in this meeting to discuss it. And I think, yeah, I think the point that you have in the last slide, Robert, is basically the issue. It's like, how do we maintain neutrality while also providing recommendations? Because on one hand, it's like, well, we can say the data speaks for itself, but I guess, and then what? So I guess the question is, like, are we still neutral even by saying there is an opportunity gap? Because some people could say that that's subjective by identifying even the concept of opportunity gaps. So I think it is definitely important to have this trust and neutrality because they definitely go hand in hand. But I think it is something that needs to be really fleshed out and clarified because it does seem kind of fuzzy that we need to be objective. But on the other hand, like, there are things that can be done even when the data is objective. And again, it's like, are we just building something that's going to just sit there? Or are we also entrusted to make sure that something is done with it? Like, this isn't just something that we put up there as like our science fair project, but something that actually like goes into action to make things better beyond just like, obviously, like with the CCGI and the e-transcript, like those are salient things that are being done, but that doesn't mean that the Cradle-to-Career data set can only be looking backward for like the sake of researchers, but really thinking about what should be done with it. And I wonder, like, if it is that can be neutral, like, is there a way to say like something should be done while remaining, I don't know if neutral is correct, maybe just objective, like can we say like it's objectively shown by the data that there is a gap for this group of students, and thus, I don't know, I guess the reason, the point of this is probably just to echo, like, yeah, I don't really know how to reconcile the fact that it's saying that we should be neutral, but also we should provide recommendations, because the recommendations does sound like we're trying to say this is what needs to change. So I don't know how to reconcile those two things. Like, I definitely want to be able for someone to make recommendations, and it's not just us doing this just for the fun of it. But it's still kind of unclear who is going to be the one to make those recommendations.
How about others from the board?
So Gavin Payne, Chair-elect, I've had the same sets of thoughts, especially over the last couple of years. I think the piece where I've found myself going with regard to this board is essentially what I think Ben mentioned earlier about it being the foundation. Right? So it's almost sort of the bedrock of the work going forward, and I think in order for that to continue to be trusted, it does need to be pretty objective and pretty neutral in the activity. But that's not to say that board members as members and the agencies that they represent can't do something with that information and be active in that process and to be sort of talking about the things that their agencies need to do. And I think just anecdotally in conversations that I've had at this meeting with folks about sort of getting their stuff into the system and the sort of the lift that it took for people to reconcile their own information with the information that was required to submit caused them to have a number of thoughts about what do we do with this and how can we do things with this as well going forward. I also think it's fuzzy to say recommendations. Yes, you're exactly right. But in the recommendations process itself, we could actually talk more about the foundational aspects of how do we distill information a little bit better? How do we interpret information a little bit better? And we can spend a bunch of our time talking about if I know one thing, it's that any piece of data that comes out generates its own need for different, more nuanced, more deeper exploration of that data. And I think that's a place where we can spend a lot of time, constructive time, working through how we provide this information to those who are going to make action out of it.
And I do wonder to what extent it would also go into our, like the research approval process about like saying like, if we do have this, like basically the purpose of like a research agenda is to serve as like a way to prioritize different research requests. So there certainly can be an idea of like, we want to look at this issue and thus kind of guiding the hand of those who could potentially be less neutral about what the data is telling them.
Questions, comments from other governing board members?
Jerry Winkler, Department of Ed. I see that as a question for board members, but I also see it as a question that will be coming for the Cradle-to-Career initiative itself. As you put together our data and link it with other agencies, how will that go when there are questions that come up about that linked data? How will you remain neutral? How will you answer? I'm assuming you won't point back to the providers for that to answer some of those questions, but how will you navigate some of those waters that might be a little rough?
Thank you for that question. This is Marianne. I think your question is highlighting the importance of us both in substance and perception being a neutral source of the data. And I think especially what you're highlighting around once we've linked data, if there's any different kind of picture that emerges from the information that we have and the information that's available from other sources across the state, being very thoughtful in how we tell that story, how we present it on the website, whether something is a small caveat in a footnote or a clear part of the story. Those are all choices that we can make, and they're ones that we want to make together with you, right? Our goal is for there to never be a surprise, say, exciting announcement, here's a brand new, huge story on the Cradle-to-Career website that the data providers who are involved have never seen before, right? That won't happen. And so it's going to involve a lot of conversations with you, a lot of how we do this work in general, and working through this with the public, with our engaged community members who can help share how they experience, user-centered design, right? What do you see here? How are you interpreting that? And trying to ensure that what we build adds clarity, not confusion, and do that as best as we possibly can. So that's a long-winded answer to a very clear question that you're highlighting, and it's something that's on our minds a lot, and is why we've allocated so much time, especially in the next months, via Ryan's team and others, in doing the user-centered design work and collaborating with our data partners before we go live with the data stories and the dashboards.
Amy Fong. So I just want to, I think, relate how I heard the conversation. And really what I'm hearing there is the need for trust, the need for neutrality. And I feel like the way that we can effect that neutrality is to really look at what we're all doing, have those conversations that you suggest, Marianne, but also really hold each other accountable for that neutrality. And I think that having those discussions, we can find out a little bit more about, why this or what happened when, so that we can tell that fuller picture of how we got to that neutrality that we are all entrusted for.
First, this is Debbie Cochran. I actually want to first thank Jessica for just bringing this topic up and for the staff discussion. I think it's a really important one, and one that's a question I hadn't personally focused on to date. I think one challenge I see for us as governing board members that I just want to name is also making sure that we're not getting in the staff's way of being able to put out useful, actionable data. I mean, even if it's not this office's goal or charge to take action, it's actionable data is an explicit part of this. And we've already talked a little bit about the necessity of looking backwards, the time lags that are unavoidable. And anyone who's ever published a document knows you can spend hours litigating every word of a footnote, right? And I think I want to make sure that we're not setting up a precedent or any expectations on the staff that everything needs to be brought so everyone feels comfortable about it, because probably you've already got 1 billion data points, right? And that's day one. And that's a lot of opportunity on day one. And imagine just the leaps and bounds that can be taken going forward. And with every single one of those, you're probably going to have half a dozen data providers that are going to have some sort of invested interest in this. So I think that's going to be a balance, but I want to name that and just state that I think it's really important we let the staff do what the staff need to do, and try to, make sure, I know we've talked about this in prior meetings, but make sure we're wearing that governing board hat here and not our daytime or day-to-day hats of our data providers.
Any other comments or questions from?
Thank you also for bringing this conversation up. I think when I envisioned sort of the summaries that could come out of C2C, I thought a lot about, it looked like the NCES's like conditions of education reports, which are, I think, hugely useful, and they don't make recommendations on sort of what should or should not be happening in education in our country, but just to lay it out. And in California, we just don't have like a lot of really good, we don't have actually baseline information on so many things on top of just really good baseline information. So I think starting from there would be really powerful. And even if I think there may not be like you lay out demographic data and you can sort of see differences in opportunity across our state. In some ways, you don't need to take the next step to say like, we need to tackle this. But I think the details of like, how does California tackle it? That can be such a deep conversation that is also very time bound. Like what makes sense in 1 year may not make sense the next year. And I think it's really important for the data to sort of have a long life, a long shelf life. So my sense is, focusing on producing the rigorous, trusted, and by trust, I mean, you guys are thinking a lot about what is and is not captured fairly in a given variable, and presented in a way that people can look at it and really understand what it means. Makes a lot of sense to me. And maybe we revisit this in some future years around, should the Cradle-to-Career data system have like a state policy leadership role? Which I think we're having this conversation because our state has a vacuum of that. We don't have someone thinking on behalf of Californians with regard, like across all of the data partners around what's best for the individual. And this data system obviously will allow for that to happen more. So maybe it grows up. I'd say it makes sense to me to stick with the data analysis. And I think the word neutral just maybe also feels a little off-putting because it's like, that's not neutral. And then, but it's like on behalf of the Californians. But it's not necessarily like neutral because every question you answer, every analysis you do, you've made the choice to look at that and disaggregate by this group and not another group. So maybe it's like not neutral, but it's rigorous and you're not like saying what the state should do because of what's in the data.
These are great discussions, right? And we're reaching a point right now where we have to engage in this discussion at this juncture on the day when we've finally ingested a billion data points to prepare ourselves for when those first products come out for the public. And then as, to board member Jess's point, I think what's going to end up happening is we're going to evolve and we should revisit this topic regularly, in my view, because as we reach the next milestone and the one after that, it's going to cause us to think about whether we're on the right track and how we're interpreting neutrality and so forth. I mean, I think it's clear what my priority is as governing board chair and must be, I think, for our governing board, which is to support the office first and foremost and to ensure that we are in alignment. I think the last thing we want is for an office to be misaligned with its board in some way, shape, or form, right? But how that actually happens, that alignment is a whole nother question in and of itself, which I think is creating this platform for us right now to have and engage in this initial conversation. How are we doing on time?
So we do have, just to share with everybody, we have a community engagement update. This is agenda item 9. This is what we're going to go to a few moments ago. We actually have a student who's one of our advisory board members that has a brief intermission from class and is able to share with us that report out. And they only have 14 minutes left before they need to get back to class. So I know that this is an important subject, but if we could go to agenda item 9, that would be very helpful.
I think it warrants, maybe I can open up for maybe one more comment or question for anyone who wants to summarize. But this can be a topic we revisit in the future as well, right? In various iterations or manifestations of this conversation. Thank you to board member Malda for opening it up for us and allowing us to engage in this conversation. But now let's turn it over to agenda item 9, community engagement update. And as we're teeing this up, the advisory board for community engagement last met on September 12th, and today we have the honor of receiving this report from Mike Wynn, a new community engagement advisory board member. I'd like to remind members that we need not unpack the community engagement proposal at this time. We'll have an opportunity to discuss more at the May 2024 governing board meeting after it's undergone a feasibility study. So at this point, I'd like to invite Member Wynn from our community engagement advisory board to provide the update.
Good afternoon, governing board members. I am Mike Nguyen, a new Community Engagement Advisory Board member. I am also a first-year undergraduate at the University of California at Berkeley. I appreciate you allowing me to provide this update for you today. I would like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. As Chair Tagorda mentioned, the Community Engagement Advisory Board met on September 12, 2023. In August, the governing board approved 6 community engagement members, myself included, and it was our first advisory board meeting. At this meeting, member Curry Nunez provided a presentation on her proposal, which calls for greater inclusion of all ranges of students in the governing board and advisory boards, and to make this explicit in the community engagement plan or other grounding documents, to set the goal of appointing students annually. More information about member Curry Nunez can be found in the staff report for this agenda item. The advisory board provided some amendments to the proposal, and we will meet again on Wednesday, March 20th. At this meeting, the office will provide the findings of the feasibility study. After that presentation, the advisory board will vote to decide if this proposal should be recommended to the governing board. Additionally, at this meeting, the advisory board nominated its first community engagement board liaison, Adam Gottlieb, who will provide reports out to the Data and Tool Advisory Board. This will allow the Data and Tools Advisory Board to keep abreast of the work of the Community Engagement Advisory Board. Additionally, a standing agenda item was established to allow Community Engagement Advisory Board members to report out on the community engagement work that we have been involved in that will help support and uplift C2C, its mission, and its vision. This was a fruitful conversation and a wonderful opportunity to share with the public, the office, and fellow members about all the work we are doing and how we are involving communities and networks. This concludes my presentation, and I will now pass it back to Chair Tagorda. Thank you so much, members, for your time and attention today.
Thank you for that presentation. Let me open it up to the board for any questions or comments. Yes.
I just wanted, Marisol Viña, board member. Mike, just wanted to appreciate your service and taking time away from school and your other duties to be part of this advisory board and to be here with us. Your voice is very important, and we really appreciate you being here today.
How about from other governing board members? Board member Nguyen, I'd like to also reiterate our gratitude for your service and for your collaboration with the rest of the members of the Community Engagement Advisory Board. Thank you for this update, and we wish you the very best with your endeavors and specifically with your next class. Thank you. Okay. Next on our agenda would be the liaison program. So update, discussion, public comment, and possible action on the creation of a liaison role. This is a proposal that's coming directly from me, and a request of our governing board as I reflect on the kind of governance culture we want to create, the kind of feedback loops we want to create with the office and with other segments of the Cradle-to-Career data system. I wanted to propose the establishment of liaison roles, board liaison roles. And what these roles would allow for is standing liaisons for all aspects of C2C work. So here you'll see, three main objectives for the role. One positive outcome I envision from these roles is providing board members with an opportunity to feel more connected with the work of C2C. Another would be the implementation of, or enabling a steady mechanism for member feedback and support. And then lastly, to instill a sense of ownership in our governance culture that will support, foster a good working relationship with the office and with the other advisory boards that are within our purview. All of these are obviously prioritized in the adoption of our strategic plan at our last board meeting. The term for the liaison position is envisioned for a year. And the chair will be appointed to the position. And then there will be an update on this item annually at the November board meeting. Since it is good practice, I also envision there'd be secondary liaisons to each of the positions and roles. So next slide here lays out some of the expectations for the liaisons. It would include meeting and communicating with the office. It would include being called upon to be a spokesperson for the governing board and attending meetings with stakeholders, consultants, or the office as warranted by the particular area that it oversees. Next slide, please. So I'm open to questions about what this would look like, right? But if it is something that the group would want to consider, then I would request a move to approve the board liaison roles as presented in this chair report. But for now, let me open it up for questions or comments.
Nathan Evans, California State University, and Chair Tabora, I especially appreciate not only bringing this for discussion, but one of the elements as you were describing the need in this role is the ownership of board members in the product of a lot of this work beyond what happens in the board meeting. So I particularly think that's important, coupled with the idea of spokespeople to carry this into other important spaces. And as Ben Chida described, I mean, this space is the concept of the not only intersegmental, but across the ecosystem for our students, our workforce. And so I think the more spaces that we can embody with that type of designation, I think carries the message of the importance and value of this, the Cradle-to-Career work into that. So I think this is a great move and allows us to, as you said, take ownership and feel ownership in particular aspects that may be most germane to perhaps our day-to-day work. And so I'll pause for other conversation, but I'm happy to make a motion supporting this direction.
Thank you. How about other members of the governing board? Yes.
Amy Fong, I would just like to say I love this idea. Gosh, I wish I had thought of it. But it's a great way for everyone to be much more invested and to be involved, and definitely for us to just be the ambassadors that we're seeking to be for this ambitious project. So, and I would be happy to be a second.
Thank you. Other members of the governing board? Questions or comments?
The comment, Meredith Lee, governing board member. In terms of a mechanism for steady state engagement, particularly in between our public meetings, I found it to be really helpful to lend what expertise and perspective I can to Shannon and Ryan so that they have this opportunity for more direct feedback and just a sounding board, so that hopefully it will make good use of my fellow governing board members' time when they're shown an iteration of something that has, some tires have been kicked beforehand. And so I really appreciate formalizing the liaison role and then also having a backup, because we're all busy and we don't want to get in the way of that important feedback loop for our staff.
Yeah, I think to your point, in some cases, many of you have already been functioning in this role, given the location of where some of the projects reside, right? But I think formalizing it is crucial for us to be more systematic, to acknowledge as well that expertise is being contributed from members of the governing board in support of the office's work, as well as for our advisory boards. And then it just gives us, you know, a better snapshot or a perspective on the work that's happening that's beyond just what we discuss here, right? So I appreciate all those comments. Anyone else in terms of questions or comments related to this? So seeing none, let me ask the motion to approve the board liaison roles as presented in the chair report.
So moved.
And a second,
I'll second.
okay, before we vote, let's pause for public comment.
Perfect. We'll open it up for public comment at this time. We have not received any speaker slips for this item. I'll ask if there's anyone here in the room in Sacramento that would like to speak on this item. And seeing no one in Sacramento wanting to speak on this item, we can open it up to Zoom. So if there's anybody that's in our Zoom room that would like to comment on this specific agenda item, please feel free to raise your hand at this time. I'm not seeing any hands raised, but I'll give folks another moment. Seeing no hands raised, we can close public comment.
Now let's go to a roll call vote.
Also, just voicing over, if helpful, the motion came from member Evans, and the second came from member Fong. And I will now call roll. Member Tagorda,
Yes.
member Payne,
Aye.
member Avina,
Yes.
member Cifuentes,
Yes.
member Cochran,
Yes.
member DeGear,
Yes.
member Evans,
Yes.
member Fong,
Yes.
member Frigielli,
Yes.
member Hetz,
Yes.
alternate Mar for member Irwin,
Yes.
member Jez,
Yes.
alternate Stivers for member Laird,
Yes.
member Lee,
Yes.
member Moldoff,
Yes.
member Ohanian,
Yes.
member Romero, member Vu,
Yes.
and member Winkler.
Yes.
The motion passes with 18 ayes.
Thank you so much. Now we'll move on to agenda item 16. Are we ready for this agenda item?
Not quite yet.
Not quite yet. So should we proceed to the website update? for
Yes,
15.
wonderful.
So the next item will be agenda item number 15 on our agenda. Update on the Cradle-to-Career website. Shannon Serrato, Director of Engagement, will provide us with this presentation.
All right. Good afternoon, governing board members. My name is Shannon Serrato, Director of Engagement, and I'm glad to be with you all today with exciting news. It's an exciting day, and I've got more good news coming, so I'm happy to share that with you today. If you're a member of the public and anyone else following along, I've referred to the website for a staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. Anybody on the line today can follow along. The staff report is accessible on the C2C website. So it was just this May when I first shared with you all plans for the overhaul of the Cradle-to-Career website. Now, just 6 months shy later, we are in the home stretch of relaunching the new C2C site. So I'm going to share key details and features of the new site in just a minute, but I want to spend a little time reflecting on the process now that we are in the final mile. So one of the first things I was tasked with, even during the interview process, was the redesign of the website. I thought about ways that we can really streamline the work, streamline our messaging, make sure that it is accessible and beautiful and all of the things. And I spent some time on immediate fixes, glaring issues, addressing issues on the current site, and then turned to plans for the larger revamp. I had ideas for new pages. I thought about new icons and photography. And during my very first check-in with Marianne about this, she paused, we paused together, and she was saying to me that I think you should think big, bigger than I was. And I was so used to working under, budget constraints and time constraints and all of the things that I just wanted to make sure that we had ticked this box. But I was really challenged to think about what we are trying to do here, the potential impact of C2C, aiming not only to build the most inclusive data system in the nation, but making sure that this serves all Californians. And so I wanted to think about ways that the website could not only reflect, but support that goal. So during that time, I expanded my horizons on what we could achieve with the new site. And we began working with 10Up, who is respected in the field. They've done great work with state agencies and private companies alike, such as California DMV and 538. We've been working with them since May, and we've completed the design and strategic planning phase of the relaunch. And we are now very much in the home stretch, heavily involved in content migration at the moment. So on this site, or on this slide, you'll see screenshots of the draft current homepage, which we're super excited about. We wanted a website that is vibrant. We wanted a website that is inviting, while also leaning on the fact that we are data-driven and the work is serious. We want to make sure that people feel welcomed when they came to the site. So I think we've struck a good balance, and I'm going to elaborate more on those features now. So next slide, please. So in addition to a full content migration, we also took the time to address some of the opportunities for growth with the existing site, addressing information gaps and streamlining messaging to develop a more cohesive product. We talk about data dashboards all the time, and on the new site, you will see a new feature. Our dashboards have evolved to data stories, which aim to paint a holistic picture of the particular topic, such as teacher retention or student pathways. The data stories will not only be housed on our will not only house our long-awaited analytical tools, but also will feature companion materials that seek to foster data literacy for all users. So we'll be developing informational one-pagers, interactive videos, neutral guides by personas, and learning agendas to support C2C's dashboards. We've also made information about C2C's data set more accessible for all members of the public, allowing users to search not only by data point, but also by provider, so they can see what type of information is included in the data set. And continuing our efforts to foster community engagement, we've completely redesigned our Get Involved section for the site, so building out information about our public meetings, community conversations, and making sure that they're easier to find and navigate, and folks have the information that they need. We have our members, every ad hoc committee listed. So in case you're just super excited about that, there's a lot more information, particularly around all of our governing board, advisory boards, and just making sure that we are also having that humanistic aspect to the work. So we are very excited about that as well. Next slide, please. So in addition to all the new bells and whistles, and again, this is a draft. I want to make sure that we all saw that so that we are not thinking these are the final products. But we've doubled down on C2C's focus on accessibility. Not only did the site meet the state's web accessibility requirements, we took crucial steps to ensure we are walking the walk here at C2C. So you may have noticed this today if you have an eagle eye. The blue that we are using in our presentation slides today, as well as throughout the site, has been adjusted from the blue that we've been using for the past year. And the reason why is because we've been working with a graphic design firm, Design Media, who flagged that our current blue was about 80% ADA compliant, but 80% is not good enough for us. And so we have taken the steps to really adjust, making sure that we are fully compliant, fully, meeting the needs of folks who need them. And I just use that example to show that sometimes you have best laid plans, and we kind of want to make sure that we are pivoting when we need to, and pulling the trigger, so to speak, so that we are really making sure that we are doing everything that we can to be not only just compliant, but really making sure that we are accessible and inclusive to all users. We've also made sure that the site and materials are available in all the languages spoken by the people of California. So we'll be utilizing the global translation feature, which is a little more robust than the Google Translate. But beyond that, we are leveraging our translation interpretation contract, which you heard about today, through Leslie's update, to make sure that our materials, such as infographics and fact sheets, are available in a wide variety of languages. And once we launch and the data dashboards go live, we are also aiming to ensure that those will also be translated, so basically duplicating dashboards by language, so that users can have the same experience regardless of whether you are primarily an English speaker. And finally, we've leaned into our asset-based framing, so you'll see that throughout the site. We want to make sure that the folks on the site looks like the folks in California. And so I am really excited and truly proud of our equity and accessibility work. And I'm very excited to share the final product with you all soon. So stay tuned. We are aiming to relaunch in a couple of weeks. Next slide, please. So that kind of wraps up the current update on the C2C website. As I said, we are very much in the final phases. We are now going through user acceptance testing and as well as penetration testing. Our system integrator is helping us with that. So we will be doing those final bits in the next couple of weeks. And once we flip the switch on the site, we will promote the new site via C2C newsletter and social media. And I'm asking you all today in advance to help us get the word out. We'll be sharing a social media toolkit, and we'll be sharing that with your, not only with you, but your partner, our comms teams there. I just also want to say thank you to the many of you who have helped us get in touch with your comms shops. I know it's not an easy lift, but we are very excited to have those direct points of contact and making sure that we can streamline some of this work. So I also wanted to put a thank you out for that, because I know that was a key part of making sure that our release went well today. So just a debt of gratitude for you all. But we are excited. Stay tuned. The website will come soon. If you don't see it, I just ask that you clear your cache and give us some patience, but we're very excited about that. So with that, that concludes my update for you all today, but happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Questions or comments from members of the board?
I have a very straightforward question. John Hetz, California Community Colleges. I may have missed it. What was the cadence of the newsletter that you're expecting?
There is no cadence. Ideally once a month, and now that we have double the team here at the comm shop, we are aiming to do that. So ideally we would have like a monthly newsletter, but hasn't been as regular as we would.
Sorry.
No worries. We're fixing it.
But from other members of the board? Just want to thank you again, Shannon, not only for the presentation, but for this heavy lift. I know it's an important priority for the office, but we're almost there.
Almost.
This is another milestone.
Be so excited. A few more weeks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
With that, we're going to take our 10-minute break now and reconvene at 2:20.
So.
Okay, we're now going to move on to agenda item number 16, update from the Data and Tools Advisory Board meeting. This advisory board last met on October 12, and today we'll be receiving this report out from Lisa Chavez, a Data and Tools Advisory Board member. I'd like to remind members that we need not unpack the Data and Tools proposals at this time. We will have the opportunity to discuss more at the May 2024 Governing Board meeting after they have undergone feasibility studies. For now, I'd like to invite Lisa Chavez, a Data and Tools Advisory Board member, to provide the update.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, terrific. Okay. Okay, good afternoon, Governing Board members. My name is Lisa Chavez, and I'm a Data and Tools Advisory Board member. I'm also the Director of the Office of Research and Statistics at the State Bar of California. I'm pleased to provide you an update today on the Data and Tools Advisory Board's work. I would like to refer members to the staff report that was prepared for this agenda item. And if you're a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff agenda item can be accessed on the C2C website. So the Data and Tools Advisory Board met on October 12, 2023, and this was our first in-person meeting. At this meeting, we welcomed 5 new advisory board members. At this meeting, we also focused on the proposals submitted by members Anthony Jr., Orlick, and Reddy. Detailed information about each of those proposals can be found in the staff report for this agenda item. Now, at this meeting, each member provided a presentation of their proposal and they answered questions. The result was that advisory board members voted to move all 3 proposals forward, and for some proposals, we provided amendments. Our next meeting is scheduled for Tuesday, March 5th. And at that meeting, the C2C office will provide the findings of the 3 feasibility studies. And the advisory board at that time will vote on whether to move those proposals forward to this board. Now, I just want to share that prior to delving into the proposal review process, data and tool members discussed the recommendation process as currently structured in the governance manual. After having lived this experience, members commented and brainstormed on how to improve the process in the future. And let me give you a couple of examples of things that we discussed. We discussed creating 2 separate tracks and processes for proposals that request addition of data points that already exist in a statewide database versus data points that do not. We also discussed the possibility of expanding the cap on proposals to be heard and voted upon annually by the Data and Tools Advisory Board. So those are just a couple of examples of ideas that we discussed. So during this discussion, the C2C office shared that the governing board will form the governance manual ad hoc committee at today's meeting. And advisory board members at that time requested that the office share the detailed notes of our robust conversation about the recommendation process with this committee so that the committee has this information as it conducts its work. At our meeting, we also nominated Jason Morgan to be our liaison to the Community Engagement Advisory Board. Now, this new role will allow the Community Engagement Advisory Board to keep abreast of the work of the Data and Tools Advisory Board. So this concludes my presentation, and I'll pass it back to the chair. Thank you so much for your time and attention today.
Thank you very much, Advisory Board Member Chavez, for that presentation, for sharing the feedback from the advisory board as well. Wanted to take this opportunity to see if there are any questions or comments from the governing board. Seeing none at the moment, we'll close this section of the agenda. Thank you so much for the
Thank you.
presentation.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. We're now going to move to agenda item number 17. Bagley King Open Meeting Act. Notes for this one. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Julia Blair, General Counsel. for
Thank you,
discussion of
Chair
this topic.
Segorda. Good afternoon. I'm Julia Blair, the General Counsel and Chief Privacy Officer for the office. I would like to refer members to the staff report that was drafted for this agenda item. If you are a member of the public and would like to follow along, the staff report can be accessed on the C2C website. So this year, SB 544, which will take effect January 1st, 2024, provides for an alternative method of conducting teleconference meetings in compliance with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act and remains in effect until January 1st, 2026. Slide, please. So SB 544 was signed into law by the governor on September 22nd of this year and makes changes to the Open Meeting Act by enacting an alternative set of provisions under which a state body may hold a meeting by teleconference. Next slide, please. I think I have an order. Can you go to the next slide or the previous slide? Previous? Yes, thank you. This is the slide one. Okay, so the pre-existing method for teleconference meetings remains in effect. And most of you probably are familiar with the loosened rules under COVID, but the pre-COVID rules require that for members participating via teleconference, the locations be identified on the posted agenda and be accessible to the public. And once the location was included on the agenda, there had to be a member or somebody associated with the board present at that location to ensure public access. Next slide. So that existing teleconference process still applies, but under the alternative teleconference provisions enacted in this recent legislation, a majority of the state body must be present at the same location. Members must appear on camera for portions of the meeting that are open to the public, for any meeting that provides access via the internet or other online platform, unless technologically that's impractical. If a member is not able to appear on camera, he or she must state the reason. All votes in teleconference meeting must be by roll call. So the posted agenda must include a teleconference telephone number, internet website, or other online platform by which the public may remotely hear audio of the meeting, remotely observe the meeting, remotely address the body, or attend the meeting by. The telephone number, website, and other access options, and the physical address of each teleconference location must be included on the notice and agenda. And the agenda has to be posted on the C2C website and on the day of the meeting at each teleconference location. If one of the required means of making the meeting available via remote access fails, the meeting must end or be adjourned. So in the next slide, I'll talk about what has changed really under the Act. So a majority of members must be physically present at the same teleconference location, but any members beyond the majority can participate by a remote location. And so that's really the distinction as they talk about a teleconference location that's physically accessible, a remote location, which is a location that does not have to be physically accessible or publicly noticed on the notice. However, that can only happen if there's a majority of the members at the same teleconference location. So again, the portions of any meeting that's open to the public shall be visible and audible at each teleconference location. And the teleconference location is defined as a physical location that is accessible to the public and from which members of the public may participate in the meeting. As with other provisions of Bagley-Keene, C2C must have a procedure that provides modifications to the access options provided for individuals with disabilities. The procedure must be included in any notice provided pursuant to Bagley-Keene. Next slide. So again, as I mentioned, the bill authorizes a member of the state body to participate from a remote location, which would not be required to be accessible to the public or noticed in the agenda. Specifically, the bill authorizes a member's remote participation if the other members who are physically present at the same teleconference location constitute a majority of the body. Remote location is defined as location from which a member of a state body participates in a meeting other than a teleconference location, and the remote location need not be noticed in the agenda. So next slide. There's an exception. A member participating from a remote location may count towards the majority requirement at the teleconference location if he or she is remote due to circumstances related to a disability, and the member notifies C2C at the earliest possible time, which can include at the beginning of the meeting. If a member participates remotely based on a disability, he or she must provide a general description explaining the reason. They don't have to divulge personal medical information, but saying that they have an accommodation due to a disability would be appropriate. If a member participates from a remote location, they must identify whether there is anybody over the age of 18 present and the general nature of the relationship with anybody under the age of 18. Sorry, over the age of 18. Okay, next slide. So exception, there were changes made in Government Code 11123.5 relating to the conduct of advisory board meetings. And under these changes, really some of what we saw is the post-COVID relaxing of rules still apply for advisory boards. So an advisory board can hold an open meeting by teleconference, provided that any member of the body participating remotely is listed in the minutes of the meeting, which is a little bit different, but their location does not have to be specified. The state body must provide notice to the public at least 24 hours before the meeting, identifying any member that is going to participate remotely. However, the location of the advisory body is not required to be disclosed in the public notice and does not need to be publicly accessible. However, one staff member of the state body must be physically present at a primary physical meeting location for the duration of the meeting, and the notice of the meeting must include the primary physical meeting. Next slide. So that concludes my overall summary of the amendments, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Questions or comments from members of the board? Seeing none right now. We'll proceed to the next item, but I want to thank Julia for this brief update. It was important for all of us to understand how badly Keene will be changing in upcoming months. So this high-level overview was very helpful to us. Let's now move on to agenda item number 18, discussion, public comment, and possible action on the formation of an ad hoc committee for the governance manual review. I'd like to turn it over now to Mary Kate Cruz Jones, Chief of Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships.
Thank you, Chair DeGorda. Mary Kate, again, just wanted to go through this agenda item. So we know that the governance manual states that our governance manual will be a living document, which can be amended by the governing board over time to reflect the evolution of the Cradle-to-Career system. And changes to the manual will be considered by this ad hoc committee. And at this time, we have it slotted that this committee will meet annually. And so the governance manual also states that they'll meet, or that will formalize this committee in the second meeting after the fiscal year, which is the November meeting. So the governance committee, there's a charter, which is attachment A, that kind of lays out the scope of the work and potential changes that have been thought of. We do need to establish a 5-member committee. And so basically that's what this agenda item is focused around, the approval of that charter, and then looking for that 5-member committee. As we saw with the Executive Director Review Committee, we know that our chair will be one of those 5 members. So it would be looking for at least 4 other individuals. And then once the charter is approved by the board, the work of the committee, we should expect it to begin during the winter, ideally to bring back recommendations to the governing board at our February 2024 governing board meeting. So work of this would start pretty quickly here. And then we'll be able to bring it back to y'all in February. And that concludes my presentation here today.
Thank you.
Sorry. So there is a proposed motion. That is the next slide. I just reminded myself of that. And so the potential motion language could be move to approve the committee charter, designate 5 board members, as I just mentioned, including the chair, to form this ad hoc committee, and authorize the committee to review and provide edits as specified in the charter for approval by the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Let's now open it up for member comments or questions on this item. One thing I'll note about our governance manual ad hoc committee is that it's one of our most crucial committees, obviously. And as governing board chair, I have served in this committee in the past. It, in my opinion, is crucial for us to try to use and leverage this committee to encourage more governing board members who may have not have had participation in other committees in the past to try to engage in this process. I found it to be so crucial because it helps us to understand and unpack the inner workings of how we're supposed to work with one another. So I want to make sure that I lay that out as an encouragement to potential governing board members who might want to participate in this committee as well. Any other questions or thoughts from the group? Okay, seeing none right now, let's see if there is a motion to move to approve the committee charter, designate 5 board members, including the board chair, to form the ad hoc committee, and authorize the committee to review and provide edits as specified in the charter for approval by the board. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Board member Fong moves. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Board member Lee seconds. Let's now pause for public comment.
Perfect. We did receive 1 speaker slip for this agenda item. So we can start with them in case we have a massive influx of folks here in Sacramento or on the line. If there are any other members on Zoom that would like to comment on this, please raise your hand just as a reminder, if we receive more than 10 folks that would like to comment, we'll reduce speaking time to 1 minute, not a moment, 1 minute. And so that's what I'm trying to gauge at this time.
So we have one request to speak on this agenda item. Roy? Is it Tongalava?
Tongalava, yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Roy Tongalava, Ed Trust West.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Chair Porta, good afternoon, board members. It's great to be here in person and to meet many of you. My name is Roy Tongalava, Policy Analyst with the Education Trust West. And I'm here today in support of the formation of an ad hoc committee charged with reviewing the governance manual and specifically the data inclusion process. As was mentioned earlier by Member Chavez, the board did approve 3 proposals that have been moved forward to the feasibility study. And so we're really excited about that. And by now, you all should have received a letter sent yesterday from numerous partner organizations who not only serve millions across the state's most diverse and vibrant communities, but are dedicated to advancing equitable policy and practice, and who genuinely believe in the potential power of the C2C data system to empower data-driven change. Given today's data integration milestone, we really appreciate each of your contributions, your commitment to serve on this board, and really the collaboration in connecting over 1 billion data points. And we know that's not an easy task, so we really appreciate that. And I also think it's really cool that you're making history. So even so, in this stage of implementation, we're watching closely and we appreciate, or we believe that there to be room for improvements in how we can empower communities, as well as engage and include them in the data inclusion process, right? To not only enhance the process's transparency and inclusivity, but also to make it more efficient. These recommendations include expanding explicit language around the process, expanding the request type, expanding the cap on proposals, as was mentioned earlier, as well as expanding eligibility of proposals to the general public. With these considerations, we believe that they're grounded in values that will promote a robust, inclusive, transparent, and comprehensive data system that we're all hoping and looking forward to. So that the longitudinal data system truly empowers not just some communities, but all communities who choose to live here, learn here, work here, and thrive here. On behalf of the partners here, we look forward to collaborating with you all and hope you may consider these recommendations. And yeah, thank you and great to meet you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing those comments and particularly for coming to address the body in person. We really appreciate you taking the time to do that and sharing your thoughts and ideas.
Yeah, my pleasure. Very.
Other public comments?
We have one more hand. So Angelica, I see your hand is raised. I'll unmute you in 1 moment. Okay.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Good afternoon, Cradle-to-Career Governing Board members and staff. Angelica Salazar, Senior Policy Advocate at Public Advocates. First, I just want to really affirm C2C's commitment to enact its governance manual as a living document. We really appreciate the time and effort you will dedicate in the next few months to making edits that will improve the manual and better position C2C to realize its vision to foster evidence-based decision-making resulting in equity for Californians. As you embark on this effort to edit specific sections of the governance manual, we urge you to examine the section on adding data points. We were concerned to not see any of the specific feedback on the process to add data points that were discussed at the last Data and Tools Board meeting in the relevant staff report on today's agenda. At their last meeting on October 12th, Data and Tools members provided very valuable specific feedback, and this information, your own qualitative data, should be documented and referenced when making decisions about edits to the governance manual. I won't repeat some of those great recommendations that Board Member Chavez and also my colleague from the Education Trust West just made. Public Advocates also signed on to that really great letter. I do want to emphasize the recommendation to outline the role that members of the public may have in making data proposals. Engaging researchers, advocates, and other stakeholders more directly will really help establish a healthy feedback loop between us, the users, and you all, the office. So thank you for your consideration. And lastly, I just really want to join in the recognition. Public Advocates wants to recognize the significant milestone of your achievement to date in successfully receiving the first data installment from data partners and beginning the integration of more than 1 billion data points that have been collected and validated at the state level. This is a really big deal, and congratulations.
Thank you.
Any other public comments?
I'm not seeing any other hands at this time. I'll give it another moment. We can close public comment.
Really just want to thank once again our members of the public who've commented on this particular item. We really appreciate the feedback and all of the thoughts that were shared for this particular agenda item. Now that we have a motion and a second, I'd like to invite Mary Kay Cruz Jones to do a roll call.
Member Tagorda,
Yes.
Member Payne,
Aye.
Member Avina, Member Cifuentes? Yes. Member Cochran?
Yes.
Member DeGear?
Yes.
Member Evans?
Yes.
Member Fong?
Yes.
Member Frigielli?
Yes.
Member Hetz?
Yes.
Alternate Mar for Member Irwin?
Yes.
Member Jazz?
Yes.
Alternate Stivers for Member Laird?
Yes.
Member Lee?
Yes.
Member Moldoff?
Yes.
Member Ohanian?
Yes.
Member Romero? Member Vu?
Yes.
Member Winkler?
Yes.
17 ayes, the motion passes.
Thank you so much. We now move on to agenda item number 21, general public comment. At this time, we will open it up to members of the public for general public comment. Right now, do we have anyone in the room in Sacramento that would like to comment?
Seeing none, we can move to Zoom.
Seeing none right now, let's move to Zoom for any comments from members of the public who are joining us virtually.
So if there's any members on the line that would like to comment, please raise your hand. I just want to note that I don't see any members at this time. I'll give it another moment. Seeing no change, I'll close public comment.
Okay, just want to thank, in general, for all of the public comments that have been made today, as well as all the feedback that we've received through our various advisory boards. It's greatly appreciated, and want to make sure that we express our gratitude for all of the thoughts that were shared to the governing board today. Let's now move on to agenda item number 21, future agenda items. During this agenda item, we will open it up to members, followed by members of the public. At this time, folks can request items that they would like to see as future agenda items. So let's start with governing board members. Anyone have thoughts on future agenda items?
Thanks for raising my hand, but I'll go ahead. John Hens, California Community Colleges. Something that member Moldoff brought up earlier about, the changing status of how we are going to be, or how CSAC is going to be receiving financial aid information from the federal government. Strikes me as we may need an item for our board to consider about whether or not we have a advocacy role in maintaining or understanding how federal and state regulations are going to change the data that we have available. And so we might want to think about how we address those types of things when we can see them coming. And then how do we talk about that as a board once they've happened. So I'd like to see an item that would lead to some robust discussion among the board about those things.
Thank you so much. How about other members of the board? Board member Vu?
Tom with AICCU to add to governing board member has comments, if we can perhaps bring in someone from US Department of Education to elaborate a little bit more about the changes to FAFSA. And then we can have a discussion about the impacts on the data system. I think that would be.
Very good. How about other governing board members? Well, I'll just pause and acknowledge that, last time we had a meeting, it was proposed that we have the CSAC presentation. And now that we received that presentation, we saw some insight from that presentation about how broader forces are at play that can impact the data that we share with one another. And now that is creating a different set of conversations for us about the implications for the work that we do. So I appreciate that, the conversation that led to that presentation is now leading to another conversation down the line. Any other questions or comments, thoughts on future agenda items before we move to public comment? Okay, seeing none, if you want to comment on this agenda item for members of the public, please note that comments should be limited to future agenda items. Do we have any speaker slips for those in Sacramento?
We do not.
Okay, and now let's move on to those who are joining us virtually.
So if there's anybody that would like to comment on this agenda item, please raise your hand. I'd like to note that at this time, I do not see any hands raised. Seeing no changes, we can close public comment.
Okay, so let's close public comment and move on to agenda item number 22, arguably the most important agenda item that we have on our agenda today, which is adjournment. Before I officially adjourn this meeting, I'd just like to pause for a moment and thank our speakers, all of our speakers, from members of the staff, members of advisory boards, representatives, members of the public, Chancellor Christian and Ben Chida, members of the governing board who also presented today. Just want to thank all of you for helping us to create the platform to have this rich dialogue. I thought it went very well. It was well orchestrated and made sense how they were sequenced. So I appreciate all of the hard work and effort and thoughtfulness planning from Mary Ann, Mary Kate, and the whole team for bringing us all together. There were a lot of important conversations that took place today. So, I want to appreciate everyone's questions and insights. In the coming weeks, members can look forward to the next steps in the executive director review process, right? That's one of our big action items coming up now that that agenda item has been passed. Our next governing board meeting will take place on Wednesday, February 28th, 2024. We will host members in person and allow any members of the public to join us here at the Foundation for Community Colleges. For members of the public who would like to join virtually, this option will also be available to you as well. With that, I'd now like to adjourn the meeting at 2:52 p.m. Thanks to all the governing board members and everyone who participated today.